Okay, I'm Russ, Executive Director of the National Center for the Biotechnology Workforce, Project Director for the Consortium. If you're not with the Consortium meeting, you're in the wrong place. I want to thank everybody for getting here. That's just remarkable that you were able to get here because there's a lot of weather issues right across the states. Yesterday, Winston-Salem, 8:30 yesterday morning, you would not want to have been here for 1 inch of snow, place closed down. But we're going to get on with the show. We're going to try to be really as flexible as we can today, pack in as much as we can, because there's going to be a snow event tomorrow, and we'll talk to you later on in the day as to how we're going to manage that. But it's my pleasure right now to introduce two really great gentlemen, Dr. Eric Tomlinson and Dr. Gary Green. Dr. Tomlinson, most of you have met before, and Dr. Green, of course, you know. So with further ado, Dr. Tomlinson from the Innovation Quarter. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Well, welcome everybody. Great to see you here, although I understand there's going to be 8 inches of snow this evening, and I expect that most of you will be here next week because of that. When we had this meeting last year, things were starting to happen downtown here in Winston-Salem in what we now call the Innovation Quarter. And it's my pleasure to just describe some of the progress that's being made and what's likely to happen before you come here next year and hopefully the year after. So here we are in an urban-based setting developing an innovation district, of which there are 80 now in the US. We think that we are certainly the fastest growing in the US, if not in the Western Hemisphere. But we're also one that has a very unique mixture. It's a mixture of research, business, and education. And the sectors in which we function are primarily biomedical science, in information technology, and just think of the juxtaposition and opportunities there for those two businesses to be next to one another, and also in advanced materials. And I think it's without a doubt the drive towards innovation that is going on here. And we've got 5 screens so we can kind of wander our head around. That drive towards innovation really is helping this old tobacco town, which was pretty much dead on its feet 15 years ago, to become revitalized. This whole city, downtown area, is now totally different than it was even 3 years ago. I know when I came here in 2012, it was, what do you guys call it? Independence Day week. And so I got here and I was in some apartment, went out for dinner. No restaurants were open that week. You know, this was Winston-Salem because the factories closed down in Winston-Salem, and that was the tradition that was carried on. But now it's a bustling and almost cosmopolitan city, actually. So on the left-hand side of this slide here is where we're located. In the middle of the screen is downtown. To the left of the screen is where the Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center has its primary medical clinics, its hospitals. Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center has about 20,000 people working within its confines, 13,000 of which are employees, and 8,000 are, believe it or not, described as persons of interest, but they're all consultants. And then the university has about 7,000 or 8,000. So Wake Forest is a big deal in this town. We are really the economic driver for change, and we strongly welcome the engagement of Forsyth Tech Community College in all that we do, and we really mutually support one another. And in the right-hand plate here is sort of the confines of the Innovation Quarter. It's about 220 acres. The numbers are pretty prestigious, actually, what has happened in the last few years. In the 145 developable acres now, we have about 3,000, it's actually 400 employees here. There are 26 academic departments and various entities, including Forsyth Tech's Emerging Technologies program. We have about 53 companies, I think, located here, and we'll soon be announcing three more. We train over 1,400 students a year now in a PhD program, physician's assistance program, workforce education, and by the end of next year we'll have another 500 students being trained down here. And we give the city and the county about $3 million a year in property taxes, and that's growing immensely. The whole mantra of what we do here is to think like a community, act like a community that not only works here, but also lives here, learns here, as well as plays here. So this is where the millennials in this part of the triad are starting to come to. But even old geezers like me are also living down here. And in and around the Innovation Quarter, there are about 1,000 apartments and blocks that people occupy. So it's a lot of fun. We spend a lot of our time trying to program the spaces, both internally and externally, to make sure that there is a stickiness, that people want to be here, they want to come here to work and to live, as well as to play. But perhaps the most crucial part of what we do is this whole innovation ecosystem. And I'm not going to read out all the elements of there, but as a knowledge-based innovation ecosystem, and when the New York Times was here last week starting their reporting on what's going on, they picked up on these buzzwords. They love buzzwords, so we kept on saying that. We didn't know what it meant, but we've now got a slide of it. But all the elements it takes to build a community focused on developing very innovative products, educating people in those emerging technologies, and also funding them and managing them and leading them. In the building behind you is a co-working space, like a hotel. It's not a maker space yet, we're building maker space here, but it's a hotel where people can go and spend time, and they can work with colleagues on building apps or making a film or devising a business plan and so forth. And that type of community engagement with those who have done it before and those who want to do it now, with those who've got money to support it, those who can manage it and lead it, those who can educate us to be innovators and entrepreneurs, is really starting to happen here in Winston-Salem. So thank you very much for coming over. It's my pleasure to welcome you. I know that you're in for a pretty intense program. I looked at the posters outside. A lot of acronyms. I have to admit, you guys love the C3bc, whatever it is. And I'm sure that acronym speak, you all know what that means, but it clearly is reflective of a very important program that you're involved with. So thank you for coming. I wish you a great event, and turn it over to Gary. Gary doesn't need a microphone.
I'm an old classroom teacher, so I'll actually just use this mic and stand here, because I'm not going to be with you very long. But I really wanted to come and greet and welcome you. For most of you, I guess, or many of you, welcome back. It's great to have our friends back in Winston-Salem. Thank you, Gary. And great to see how these meetings and these convenings continue to grow and continue to develop the important work of biosciences and community colleges across the country. As I was sitting there listening to Eric, and I want to thank him for being here before he has left. But I want to thank Eric Tomlinson, not only for being here for today, but being such a great supporter for the community college presence in the Innovation Quarter. We're pleased to have Forsyth Tech at Innovation Quarter here. And this facility is housing our Reynolds Corporate Training Center. You are in buildings that were formerly old R.J. Reynolds tobacco warehouses and manufacturing buildings. And now to have in those legacy buildings in our community, have the future of our community developing through bioscience, through nanoscience and nanotechnology, through IT and other emerging and developing technologies. This is the exciting place to be, not just in Winston-Salem, but in North Carolina as far as technology is concerned, with apologies to our friends at that other research park to the east. But we're really pleased to be a part of that at Forsyth Tech, and to have you a part of it as our partners in this endeavor. I want to thank and congratulate, as always, Russ Reed, who here has been our leader now since we began this journey more than 10 years ago now. And Russ, as all of you know, is among the preeminent leaders in bioscience education now in the nation. And we're pleased to have you, his colleagues here, and Russ, congratulations on this meeting. I want to also just briefly thank some other folks that have helped make this possible. Cook Medical, we appreciate the support of Cook Medical. And I think Scott plans to be here tomorrow, depending on what tomorrow holds. But also want to thank the North Carolina Biotechnology Center. Nancy Johnson is here. I want to thank you for your support, not only today, but for this entire endeavor, Nancy, and for the center. Thank you so much for that. So with that, welcome. Nice to have you back. Always great to see everyone. And we look forward to a very successful 3-day meeting, weather or no weather. We're going to be together and we're going to learn from each other, and we're going to advance bioscience education across this country. So thank you very much.
Well, there we are again. Good afternoon again. And I want to recognize everybody that's in here. So what I want to do is I want to quickly go around and have everybody introduce themselves. But where I'm going to start is with my new vice president. And my new vice president, Alan Murdoch, right over here, Vice President of Economic Workforce Development. So you're going to start, Alan. We're going to go right around the whole thing. Yep, please.
Yeah, with being an administrator, it's an opportunity to talk. I'll just go. But I'll try to be short since we're this o'clock. Yeah, Alan Murdoch, Vice President of Economic Workforce Development. Great pleasure to work with Russ Reed. I will tell you that he put a tremendous deal of effort into pulling this together. So I hope Mother Nature cooperates with us, and you get to see the fruits of his labor. Thank you, and welcome to Winston-Salem.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see most of you again, and those of you I haven't met yet, I look forward to meeting you. Michael Ayers, Dean of Math, Science, and Technology here at Forsyth Tech, and Director of Corporate Learning.
Hi, good to see most of you again. Nancy Johnston with the North Carolina Biotechnology Center. And for those of you who brought in the bad weather, glad to have everyone here and looking forward to the discussion.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Lenny Shufo with Los Angeles Valley College, and I'm the Director of Job Training. I'm part of the Biomanufacturing Hub.
Nancy, sponsored.
Hi, I'm Elaine Johnson. I'm the Director of BioLink, the National ATE Center that's funded by the National Science Foundation, and Hub Leader for this grant, and very happy to be a part of that, the Lab Skills Hub. I'm based at City College of San Francisco.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Okay, next.
I'm a merchant with SNI International and the ANSWER program.
I'm Judy Alvarez from Knapp Associates, and we are the third-party evaluators.
Thanks, Judy. That's great. Just keep it going and keep plotting, please.
I'm Jeff Brown. I'm currently with Master Control and working with Salt Lake Community College in Salt Lake City.
Great. Thanks, Jeff.
Fred Caldwell, Interim Dean for Math Science and Engineering, working on the Medical Device Program at Salt Lake Community College.
Courtney Harrington, I'm the lead instructional designer at Forsyth Tech, working in the Learning Hub.
Thanks. I'll keep the applause going.
Yes. I just wanted to wait till the pause died
Perfect.
down.
Beautiful.
And I'll
Timing
talk.
perfect.
Okay. Name's Daniel Michael. I'm with BioLinks. It's based in the City College of San Francisco, and I consult and help out, and I've always been doing workforce development, getting people into jobs, so that's what I look to do.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Debbie Pullitt, and I'm with Impact Magazine, and just want to thank you all personally for all your help in putting the magazine together. I think it's a great showcase for all your achievements, and especially welcome all the industry people here. Really appreciate your partnership.
Thanks, Debbie. Great job.
My name is Casey Schuster. I'm the Outreach Coordinator for the Biotech Department at Salt Lake Community College, part of the Medical Device Hub.
Thank you, Casey.
part of Lab Skills Hub with Elaine.
Thanks.
I'm Ann Chrisman, and I'm with Salt Lake Community College as well, and I'm actually the compliance officer of the college.
Great. Frank, the coordinator, we get you?
Yeah.
Okay, Frank.
I'm Frank Bravo. I'm the Enter Coordinator for the C3bc Consortium and also the Skills Commerce person.
Tony.
Antonio Davis, New Media Specialist for TAACCCT.
John.
I'm John Reese. I'm a New Media and Production Specialist, and I'm doing filming and live stream support for this event.
And I'm just photographing today.
Oh, no. John.
Jack O'Neill, Project Director at Montgomery County Community College, part of the Biomanufacturing Hub, and it's great to see everybody again. We'll have more fun for the next 6.
Great. Thank you. Amy.
I'm Amy Coy. I work at Ivy Tech Community College for and with Sun Young. I'm the grant coordinator there, and we're part of the lead of the medical device hub. And it's good to see you too, Jack.
Bill.
I'm Bill Wickett. I'm the department head for biotechnology at Alamance Community College, about an hour east from here. Best program in the country.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tomlinson, a faculty member at Ivy Tech Community College in Indiana. Happens to be the lead person for the medical device hub.
Chris.
Chris Callinger with Cook Medical. Been in quality, regulatory, and product management roles in medical devices and pharma for Cook for about 12 years. I'm here as an industry advisor with Ivy Tech. I also teach food and law at Ivy Tech.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Lewis. I'm the project coordinator for this grant at City College of San Francisco.
Vivian, we'll go to you, and then we'll come back down to center.
Hi, I'm Vivian Onward, formerly of Salt Lake Community College, and I am here as a contractor for Forsyth Tech. Hi, I'm Ying Su Lo from City College of San Francisco. I'm in charge of the environmental monitoring program.
I'm Sunwoo Cho. I'm part of Associates and I'm part of the evaluation team.
Mona.
I'm Mona Cofer. Welcome back to Winston-Salem again, and I work for Forsyth Tech and the National Center working with Russ.
Micah.
Did I get that a round of applause for standing up, or did you? I'm Micah Welch, and I think everybody already knows me. I work with Russ Reed here at Forsyth Tech. Welcome.
Sienna.
I'm Sienna Cooper, and I work with Linda Rafis at Watts County Community College, and we're part of the biomanufacturing hub.
Linda.
Linda Rafis from Bucks County Community College.
I'm Maggie Rice from Montgomery County Community College, biotechnology faculty, part of the biomanufacturing hub.
Sean.
Aloha. I'm an associate professor of computer science at the University of Hawaii. I'm also, the reason I'm here because we did develop the c3bc tracker as part of this project. So, and I'm looking forward to see snow here because I didn't see snow for a long time. Thank you.
Welcome. Sonia.
Sonia Wallman, biomanufacturing lead of the C3bc and NBC2, executive director and PI.
Thank you. Matt.
I'm Matt Seidenberg. I'm also with the app associates. We have others.
Did we miss anybody? Okay. Good. Okay. This is called a filler. Okay, because we have a call with our DOL project officer at 1:30, so it's called a filler. So I don't think I can get my slide set in within 5 minutes, but we're really, really excited that you're here. And I want to thank Dr. Green and Alan for the kind comments, but it takes a team. As somebody said, I don't know if Eric said it this time, but Dr. Atala will say it on Friday, it takes a village. And it takes a village to make sure that this all comes together. I know that Micah and Mona, Mary, and Damon, we've all been working as a team to put this together with our finance people, with Rebecca and Teresa. There's a lot of moving parts, as you guys all know, when you put together a conference like this. But the one thing we can control, is the one thing that's going to sort of do something to us tomorrow. And we don't know what it is and how it's going to be, but we have the assurance from our administration, from both Alan and Dr. Green, and the person who's responsible for all our business, that this building, we know that the security will be here at 7:30 tomorrow morning, okay? We won't, but the security will. Now, we might be, if everything's clear and we didn't get the snow, so we'll just have a normal schedule. But if it doesn't, and we get, you know, the 4 to 8 inches that they predict, and hopefully we'd be on the lesser side of that, we want to play it safe. You know, at the end of the day, your safety is our main concern. So, and we have other NAC people who are trying to get in, the National Advisory Council. So we've never done that before. We've never had a National Advisory Council. We had a good conference call with them on Friday last, and people are genuinely excited. I could tell you that people are genuinely excited in the work that you guys have all produced. And they do want to have some input, and they're very much looking forward to actually being a part of it. So we're doing a couple of things. The guys in the back here, Antonio and John, are actually streaming this. They're testing it today, but tomorrow it'll go live. So there'll actually be a website. But of course we have to be here in order to do it. So we've kind of got a good backup plan, which is the auditorium, which is down in IQ, which you guys have already been to. Most of you were last year, even if we weren't able to get into this building, but we know we can get into the building. So what we're going to do is we're going to do an email chain, okay? And make sure that everybody knows what the status is tomorrow. The worst scenario we see, you stay in your hotel for a couple of hours. Well, that's not the worst, that's the middle scenario. The worst scenario is it doesn't happen tomorrow. But that would only be, I think, if ice came. But you know what? It's Winston-Salem, end of February, ice is possible, unfortunately. So with that, why don't you just talk a little bit while I connect up to Lawrence here, and we'll make this happen, and then we'll listen to our project officer and see what he thinks. So just go ahead, network, get yourself another drink, whatever you need to do. Thanks very much. Afternoon.
All right, yeah. Hey, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get there physically. We've had a busy time, but since the last time I called and was out there to visit. And I'm glad that Russ, has coordinated, giving them time just to say hey, hello to everybody and just kind of like, again, let you know how pleased I am with how the grant is going and the things that I see in the reports and how overall the things we're doing. So glad that you guys are all out there. I know you're having a good time. And I'm glad I'm in Florida as opposed to Atlanta right now.
Lawrence, Rebecca has a question for you.
Okay, just a second.
No, I'm just kidding. We can talk about that next week. You know what we're thinking about, right?
Yeah, I know.
Gotcha.
I'm doing my part, so we're good.
Hey, Lawrence, the grantees have worked really hard over the past year, past 2 years for that matter, and we're into year 3 now. You'd be amazed at the display of posters that are out in the lobby here of all the fine work that they've done. Do you want to give us a, kind of like an impression of where we are with all the TAACCCT grants, just sort of a global impression and, kind of what you think the good value is that's coming out of the TAACCCT program?
Okay, the TAACCCT program, yeah, I can give you, kind of like I guess what the data indicates a bit is what we see from the workforce side of how the professionals doing the work. I guess I'll start with that. From what the data indicates, now we're making a lot of progress in a lot of just about every area that we've embarked upon. And now in the final sciences, when we're talking about the multi-grant, multi-state grant, which, you guys are the Stanford consortium and the round that you came under, it's a lot of attention on that because of the scope of it, the amount of money that's involved with it, and the amount of interaction, coordination that you have to do just to piece all these pieces of the puzzle together. You have things on the, medical, electronic records and stuff, medical records, advanced medical equipment stuff. There's so much stuff that's going on with the tech side of the house, advanced manufacturing, auto, robotics and stuff, logistics side of the house. It's going well, but it's not without its problems. The problem is, again, as we're working through that, as always, while we get the money and you have time to get the equipment, and then you embark upon a way to get qualified instructors and curriculum deliverers in the classroom, and then you have to get the people to buy in to take the courses and to put the time in to get those licenses and certifications and credentialing that they need. Along with that, we are encountering, not so much now as when we first started, that the problem with the associations and with the recognition of the hours that's involved or what's required. Employers are requiring different things as the industry emerges or what the requirements are out there. So we're constantly feeling like we're trying to run to catch the train. However, we kind of shifted to where we have certain groups and panels and people that are identified to monitor and engage even more. You probably heard a lot about the WIOA. That again, we had that recently that was passed in July, I think it was, July last year, which kind of like paved the way and kind of like forces us as different agencies and different people within the workforce itself, the totality, and with the different departments and agencies that get funding from the government and state money to kind of like work more intently about sharing those funds, and again have a more seamless sharing and coordination and discussion about how we share information about what's actually going on in your local areas, what's going on in your state, We engaged in kind of like in all the regions, making groups and panels, and you'll hear a lot. I think a lot of the states now have members from the workforce out and participating in meetings, what we call it a strategic planning or strategic initiative, which our RA is about giving updates and stuff on funding and what we're doing and the level of participation and look at what the success stories. And all that has a direct effect on funding, so we can probably go to the next step. But as far as, for our grant, with all of you out here at the consortium, and we're looking good. As you all know, we've all suffered through, trying to get the budgets right, get stuff into the ways, and trying to get the equipment, get the mods through. And I think I warned you guys when I first spoke to you, even when I was out about, how bureaucracy kind of like puts a little bit of weight on us about moving forward. But once we got through those things, kudos to you because you've taken off and really making us look good. How we stacked up against the other grants out throughout the nation, we're looking good. I brag about the work that you do on time. I get a lot of information. We have a lot of teleconferences, a lot of conference calls, a lot of in-house discussions, and I've been on a few trips to D.C. myself, sitting in. As a matter of fact, I'm on a review of Florida now, but I, again, participated in a discussion about where we're going next and where are we. That's both the TAC and the H-1B stuff. So I think, again, what you do and how you report it to us, it holds a lot of weight. So I guess what I'm saying is you guys are looking very good at where you are. And I can articulate that pretty well because I know, again, about how well it's reported and passed to me in the report and stuff. And any time that I need additional information, again, I have Russ, and you heard me jokingly say, "Oh man, but it wasn't really a joke because he asked me a lot of hard questions, a lot, and a taskmaster. But that's what is needed, and I'm proud of this grant. I'm proud of you guys that do it. I look at this whole list. Matter of fact, here I'm at a youth building. I'll be going over to another grantee here in Florida tomorrow. So I'm kind of like I broke them up. And again, I take every opportunity to kind of pull you guys up. And that's a test. I don't do that often unless you're doing good. So as far as the performance side of the house goes, there's not anything, we have little small things, but it's nothing that I don't think as FPO from my standpoint that, we can't, meet our objectives and goals or modify to a point to where it meets what we really need.
Well, Lawrence, that's a great report. Now, if I could just summarize it, because a lot of people couldn't hear. So this is an outstanding grant. Is that what you said?
Well,
I'm pulling your leg. I'm pulling your leg. Don't answer. You don't have to answer. That was a joke.
Yeah, that was just a great grant. I mean, and the few thing on the rating, though, all joking aside, all joking aside, compared the grants in there. I mean, we have a few grants that, if we could say, it's outstanding, that we would say you would be up in that category. You guys have, I think I did yellow one time, which was, it was just a little bit because we were a little off pace because we were trying to get the budget and stuff together. Nothing it was starting to affect, starting to worry about the curriculum. But that was strictly the automated system gave you, you're agreeing across the board, which is green is that you're doing good across the board. But as an FPO, talking to you, looking at things from our experience and background about planning and project management portions of it, I initially at one time downgraded and overrode it because, again, I was having problems getting the budget through. As you know, we went through that back and forth on that. And I didn't know how it was going to affect you. But once that was done, again, I haven't had anything other but, that you guys are doing great work and doing good.
Lawrence, we've got a big crowd here and we got a lot of work to do. Is there any last minute comments you want to make there to these people?
The last minute comment that I can make, you're already great, doing and working together. I can hold you up on about how where you're working together. Although I do know about group and organizational dynamics, especially when you stand in different states and all that stuff. You know, we fight and argue amongst ourselves and professionally to get it done, but you know, and I mean, cheer loudly when it all comes together. So I think you guys are doing great. I am proud to be the FPO of this particular grant and talking to so many people that's diverse with all the expertise, people that, I mean, I look at as real heroes, knowing how it's going to affect the future. So for me, I mean, it's great, and I'm hoping that whatever other type of opportunities that come up, you know, out, and I've told you this in our private conversations about, you need to apply, you need to get on board again because you guys are doing great things. I mean, I'm really proud to be a part of it.
So I think I just heard what you said. You said we need to reapply?
I say any opportunity that become available for any of the type of grants, for granting, for funding streams and stuff that allow you to continue or to get involved with other portions of it, from how I see that you handle your businesses and how you come together to get things done and coordinate things, I think you should. Now, again, I'm not going to get too far out of my lane. I don't know. I think under the tax grants, I think we're looking at maybe possibly one more round, and then they may call it something else. You know, I mean, again, I can't say because, you know, again, that's out of D.C. But, you know, whatever comes out above it, you know, I think that you got to do such good work that you'll be vetted pretty well. And I would encourage you to, if you hear about it, prepare yourself and apply for whatever other opportunities become available.
The guy from Los Angeles just took a note.
Okay. So
that's Lenny, CFO. So, Lawrence, thank you so much for your guidance. We really appreciate it. And we know you're somewhere out there on the field, right? You're out in the field somewhere, Florida or somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know, California this week.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Monday. I mean, it's a story, man. I found out at 7:30 at the airport. I didn't get to my hotel till 11:30 due to double booking.
Okay. Well, we want to thank you, and apparently Rebecca wants to call you on Monday about something about a budget modification or something.
I know that was coming, but
and I'll be calling you about that performance measure that you need. So we'll have it for you. We'll do it on Monday. So take care. The weather's that's coming in doesn't look good here. So we're hoping we'll pull off the meeting tomorrow. We may have to break it up a little bit, but you know, we've still got till Friday too. So it's beautiful right now. Lawrence, thank you. Have a great day. Thank you. Get back to work. Yeah, thanks very much. Bye-bye. Clap hands for Lawrence Taylor. Bye. Okay. Okay. So what he said was, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what he said was, and this is the second time he said it. He likes our work, and he's encouraging us to reapply for further DOL grants. Second time he's mentioned it. He mentioned it publicly today. That's a good thing. That's your work. So congratulations. Give yourself a round of applause.
DOL, did they know anything about the DOL, the next round?
No.
When?
No, they don't know, Sonia, but you know, they've got the apprentice round going right now. So I'm just going to start into my slide set. This is a slide set I wanted to give the NAC tomorrow. I don't know how much of the NAC will be here and whatever, but I wanted to give it to you because this is you guys. So these slides that we did last week, Judy was with me, they're paced at 15 seconds a piece, so if I don't move quickly, I'm out of here. So we all know what we are, but I think the breadth of us having DOL and NSF, BioLink, and NBC2 together is fantastic. You know that it's a big grant. Look at all of you that are here. Really appreciative of the input we get from Judy and her crew. We got Matt here today and Sung Woo, so this is great. So here's the problem. These grants come to an end. They're terminal. And we know this, and we know that this grant will end September 30th, 2016. But here's what we've been doing. Essentially it's looking at new ways of getting education to people. We've actually developed the skill standards that are really coming along really well. And this is what a lot of the industry experts that are coming in, like our co-chair, Stephen Rapalando from Biomish is here over in the corner. Stephen and his group, that's the kind of thing that they're really interested in. And the other thing that's really been exciting, innovation, and you'll see it probably Friday, and is what Michael's doing with all the gaming, the simulations, but also the flexible lab way of doing things. When you see his science skills lab, I think you'll be very impressed. You like this lab that's here, that's good. It's really, really nice. We're going to figure out what to do with it. But the lab that he has is functioning right now, and you'll be able to see it in action. The other thing that I think is kind of interesting in this grant, which has really been good, is you've built it from the bottom up. You've built it with industry. You know, one of the things that comes to my mind right now is all of you that have advisory committees, NBC2, NVC for BioLink, NVC for NBC2, and also each one of the colleges having their advisory committees. You know, I don't think, I'm not sure about this, and I don't want to say too much, but I think that we were ahead of this grant. I think we were ahead of the time. We already knew how to work with industry, and we knew what industry was saying. But I think it's even better now. The work of Tammy's group and Daniel Michael's group, and the work of just getting out there and meeting the people at the WIBs. This is all new to us, and really, really excited by it. So the other thing, some concepts in here that aren't necessarily all that new to us, but I think we're getting better at them. And one of those is this whole articulation process, this whole idea of getting people through the system as quickly as we can. Again, you know, people know the value of their education, but they just don't have the time. So what we really want to do is make sure that they have a chance to get through the system as quickly as possible. You're going to see a great example of that on Friday with Michael's modular system and his science skills lab. But at the same time, I know each one of your schools have really thought this through, and some of you have diplomas now and certificates, and so those people have a chance. If they've had a 4-year degree, they have a chance to come back to get hard skills. And likewise, if they want to go in for a short program like at Los Angeles, they can do it, and they can get a job. I mean, Lenny's poster, everybody should take a look at that poster. I think he has anywhere between 90 and 95% employment coming from those cohorts that he's doing, which is pretty fantastic. And you know, one of the reasons why I really like that front slide that I had at the beginning is because that's all your students coming to the Capstone Center in North Carolina, coming to the B-Tech, we call it, where at North Carolina State University, we have this beautiful pilot facility for biomanufacturing, and each one of your students was able to go there and have a smile on their face at the end of 5 days of intensive training. So that's great. So we're really grateful to them. So at the end of the day, you know, this is Forsyth Tech. This is our students. This is last year. These are our students in the lab. And we know that this is a trade adjustment assistance grant. So I want you to pick out the student who is actually, we got to go back to that one. Who's the student who's the TAA displaced worker? He's the guy with the back to us. Now, he doesn't have his back to us because he intentionally wanted to have his back to us. We asked in that class, as we were going around with Lawrence Taylor, who is the TAA displaced worker? And he was. The others are just displaced workers, people upping their skills or trying to get into the job market in biosciences. And that's great. So we know all the partnerships. We know how the hubs, I think, as we get further along towards the end of the grant, I think the idea of us having incorporated BioLink and having incorporated NBC2 and then bringing on board the medical device group was a really good way to go. I think through the wisdom of the hub leaders, we got the right partners at the table. And you know, that part of the grant has been really successful and really cool. I can't go forward. At the end of the day, we internally, we that have been working with the grant for so long now, we know what we're trying to do, and we know how we're doing it along the lines of the hubs. And we actually have an opportunity, maybe tomorrow afternoon, to share this with our colleagues at the national level. And I'm not too worried about that meeting, Stephen in the back there. I'm not too worried about the meeting because we'll make sure that the meeting is broadcast. We'll make sure that the 1-800 number is open. So for those people who have actually put the time aside, we'll connect with them and make sure that any information that is discussed tomorrow afternoon gets to them one way or the other. And I think we have a lot of momentum, and at the end of the day now, we're starting to get towards what we call the sunsetting of the grant. And unlike BioLink or NBC2, this terminates, but what doesn't terminate is all the great production of what's happened within the grant, and we have a great way of figuring out how to house that. And Frank Bravo and Umar and Courtney have figured out a system that we can actually look at on Friday to try to figure out how we can store these products in a valuable way for the U.S. Department of Labor and for public use. So that'll be using Enter and also skillscommons.org. So I think I've got through that pretty quickly. I'm going backwards again. Industry partners. It wouldn't happen without the great input of the state bio associations. I want to thank Stephen from CSBI. He's been really helpful. And Stephen and I met several years ago. He invited me up to BioMish to give a talk, or Mish Bio, and you know, he's been a really solid supporter, and you'll start to see him interact more. Nancy with North Carolina Biotech Center has been instrumental here locally, helping us move this ahead and so forth. And Lori Lindbergh, who unfortunately isn't here from Bay Bio, has been with us from day one and been with Elaine from whenever Elaine and Lori met up, and has been really helpful, but more than just sitting in a seat, you know, she's been trying to help us and guide us and to show us where to go. And Pete Pellerito from Bio has just been, I think, you know, all of us would agree that have been around Bio for a long time. He's been our main contact, and he's just been really good. He has a heart for community colleges, and that's why he's so significant with us, because he has Jim Greenwood's ear. And what happens is, when there's good stuff coming from any of these grants, it's getting channeled through Pete Pellerito, and it's going right up to Bio. We know this, and I can tell you for a fact, because we had an event at the North Carolina Biotech Center back in the fall, and through our organization called NC Bio. And Pete Pellerito was there with Jim Greenwood. They were shaking hands, and Jim gave us a short talk. And Pete came up to me and he said, "I want you to talk to Jim." And Jim came up to me and he said, "Russ, I just want to tell you that we know what you guys are doing at Bio, and we're really appreciative of it. So keep up the good work, because it's really important to us and it's important to our companies. So what you're doing matters, it makes a difference, and it actually is, you know, getting great employees into a growing industry which needs to have good employees at all levels." Here's the famous model. I don't see Mike Masolia in the audience yet. He was going to join us. He probably will join us. You guys put this together. I mean, this was the brain power of all the leaders before everybody else came on board to try to sit down and figure out a way to actually do this, to put this model together. This is the grant in a nutshell, and where that green arrow is approximately where we are right now, at the core of the course. So, you know, congratulations, that's good, it's a great effort. What have we done to date? Well, you know, we're going to surpass our goal, which is slightly over 2,000. We've got 1824 in terms of people that have been touched by the grant, trained by the grant, or are served by the grant. We have a tremendous amount of credit hours completed. It's notable. And Judy, you know, is always looking at our numbers and coming back and saying, you know, is this a real number? Is this not a real number? You know, truthfully, we have a hard time making sure the numbers all fit. But we're doing a pretty good job of it. We adjusted and aligned maybe 9 or 12 months ago the intake forms slightly, just to make sure that we were all in sync, because the annual report and the quarterly report actually had slightly different variables. But we're good, and there's been a lot of lab expansion. I'm thinking of Bucks now, Montgomery, and in the Midwest. There's just been a lot of effort and a lot of good stuff done. I'm sure you're appreciative of the equipment, and I'm sure you're appreciative of the actual paid expertise that you've had to be able to put into the grant. I've talked to these models, but the one model that has just been outstanding is the one at Los Angeles Valley College. You know, it needs to be noted that that is an outstanding model, Lenny. Congratulations. And Lenny, that's, I think, very much in line with a program that you had before that actually did something with metro drivers or bus drivers and so forth. But that is a program that can be replicated across the country. There's no question about that. And a lot of eyes are on that program. And why? Is because you've got this unbelievable record of employment. But what you've been able to do is teach us a lot just through the way that you've interacted with the Griffles people, with the Baxter people, and to actually treat your people coming in that are doing these bridge academies to give them hope that they actually will get a job. And they do, and they're such a diverse crew. It's really, really exciting. So it's exciting to have been there and to have seen it. Maybe we should have the next meeting, the final meeting, in Los Angeles. Nice weather, everything's good. Fun. Yeah. And actually meet some of the bridge people. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. So, tomorrow, if we get a good chance to discuss the core skills, that would be good. I want to thank the people from BioLink, and I want to thank the people from Madison in particular. I haven't seen Jeanette or Allison yet. I hope they did make it. Oh, yay! Yeah. And Vivian and Linda for coming together. They did that on their own to come together and really put that together and to make a draft copy. I know today, actually, a former boss of mine called me, really apologized for not coming to the meeting, but had taken some notes on the Common Core that he really wanted to get back to the people that are running the Common Core. So, and he was very positive. He said, I've got some, I really wanted to be here because I wanted to be able to didact with those people, but at the same time, he said, based on my experience, I've got some experience that I think could be adjusted. He started talking about what the details were, and I said, not now. I got to worry about the snowstorm. So that's what it looks like. That's what the core of the core looks like. It's that question mark. And nice thing is, there's an answer to the question mark now. I'm going to go through this quickly, but this is just some more activities that are going on within the grant, and I don't want to go into detail here because I really already have. But I do want to mention controls, and I'm glad that Lawrence was on the phone. He kind of has done something here. But I want to thank Judy. She's a very dedicated scientist and her crew, and us clinical scientists or bench scientists, sometimes we wonder about those social scientists. What do they do really? But the bottom line is, it takes a team, takes a village, and actually what they do and what they're known for is making sure that the data has quality, right? This is quality data. And there's a $2 billion investment by the government into these TAACCCT grants. And so the question that I asked Lawrence was a critical question from my perspective. And I think he gave an earnest answer. But at the end of the day, we know, Judy and I were at a conference last week in Washington, and there is actually a person that works for President Obama who's in charge of quality of data. So we heard her last week. I was there, I heard her, and I hear this sort of echoed by Judy. So, thanks for taking the time to report accurately. Thanks for taking the time to dig into the records to make sure that what we're putting forward is good. When we get it, Micah gets it and tries to chunk it down, and then it gets to me, and then I put it into the DOL report. Somebody from our facility here asked me, how long on average does it take me to do a quarterly report? I don't know why they asked me that question. They just did. They have nothing to do with this grant. And I said, on average, it probably takes me 25 hours. I don't even know how many hours it takes Micah to assemble from the 12 colleges. But we take it seriously, and I just want to mention that we try to do the very best job that we can. But Judy, this is for you, so thank you. So I just want to mention that going forward, because we're moving the grant now from having been a startup, almost like a startup company, to moving into a phase of implementation and then learning from everybody how is the best way to get more students into the system and get them trained quickly and get them into jobs. So that's kind of where we are. So these are the things, you guys all know this, but our national council wouldn't necessarily know that we're under a lot of controls here. We have very, very strict financial controls. We have strict data controls. And, there's a lot of repetition. I mean, we make site visits. Lawrence makes site visits to us. And those, when he comes, we get ready. and he'll bring his partners. They'll go into Rebecca's office and they'll tie themselves up for a week, and they'll come into my office, and we'll take them out and meet customers and stuff, but then they'll get into the data, perhaps not. But at the same time, then, we go out to you, and all of you have been through a site visit except for Madison, and we don't necessarily pull participants' forms, but we want to know where they are, and we want to know, how things go, and we do these interviews. And then Judy's right behind us, coming in and actually meeting your customers, meeting your people, talking to you, talking to your deans, whatever it takes for her to get a good sense of what's happening. And at the end of the day, she's looking for trends. She's looking for innovation. She's looking for change. And that's what she's trying to do. She's not there to say whether or not you're doing a good job or a bad job. When Rebecca and I are going to see you, we're not going there to tell you if you're doing a good job or a bad job. We're going there to tell you whether or not you're in compliance with the grant. So get ready, because we're in that phase now. Those of us who have sunset grants before, we know it's kind of an interesting phase, because we're not sure how to keep you motivated, because some of you, quite frankly, openly, are paid for by this grant, and you probably got your resume in 100 places right now. And we understand that, because at the end of the day, you've got to feed your family and so forth. But we would ask you to hang in there as best you can and report back to us professionally like you can do. And we're hopeful that your colleges, where you're based, would be very, very noticeable of your brilliant work and hopefully hire you, or make a pathway to your hiring successful so that the grant can sunset successfully. These are the pictorialized, I don't know where I get that word, the annual reports done in pictures. That's better. And I want to thank Debbie. You've heard it today already once that she got up and we gave her good applause. But these are a lot of fun, these things. And, they're really good, but they're more than symbolic. They actually are your input, and at the same time, they're taken from the annual and quarterly reports. So they're another barometer of the grant. And I can tell you that the lady who's in charge of TAC grants, I took these up to Washington last week, and I said, Robin, would you like a few of these? And she said, how many do you have? And I said, how many do you need? She said, a dozen. Here's a dozen. So I don't know where these go. Maybe Michael Ayer's picture's on President Obama's desk today. I don't know. Might be. You never know. But anyways, good job. And I like the way, Debbie, they open. I like the way that electronically they open. In fact, to be honest with you, I'm an old guy, used to paper, and that one I like to electronically go through. So here's where we are. I asked Rebecca for this number. We're a little, under half spent, but we're rolling now. Everything's engaged and should be happening. So I think Rebecca feels good. We did the budget modification. We're hoping to get the answer imminently. Did I say imminently? Yeah, okay. And that the grant activity goes till the end of March, so we're talking one year and 1 month right now. And then we'll sunset the grant. Just a note on grant products, and this is something we all know, that the whole idea behind this grant was to make sure that these vehicles that we were making were for public consumption. And so we have the open sources. The two that, from a national perspective, where we're going to bank these are Enter, Umur. We thank you. We look forward to making sure that happens, Frank. And I think Courtney's got a big role here in helping us make sure that we have the right quality and so forth going forward to get these. Skillscommons.org is not our doing. It's the DOL's doing. And that was a decision by the U.S. Department of Labor, so we'll comply with that because we've been asked to do that. And let's see how it goes. It's supposedly easy to upload, Frank, and you'll talk about that on Friday. So, thank you. Next steps. Okay, we have a poster out here that we put together. You all got your posters, and when you put it all together, something comes out of it that's really quite sweet. When I worked in a pharmaceutical company, they used to tell us, one of the products we had, that 1 + 1 = 3. There was synergy. So I think there's a lot of synergy here with the 12 institutions working together. But, we're going to finish building out the capacity. We're going to finish training. We're going to get those core skill standards through our SMEs and National Advisory Council. We're going to tighten that work that we do with employers and workforce partners. More important, we're going to get people into jobs. And then what we'll do is we'll start what I would think is going to be a very intense process of uploading products to the 2 virtual sites. And we're going to publish those C3bc products. So we hear a lot from the medical device group now, we're going to publish, we're going to do an article, we're going to do it. Yeah, great, perfect. Let's just make sure that we're all synchronized on what we're going to do. So I think it's really important to exhibit, I think it's important to display, I think it's important to disseminate, to get to conferences, get the message around, and at the same time, I think it is important to publish. And so I think it's really important to do that. Let's just make sure we have a handle on the messaging that's going out in the publications. So we just request that you pass it by us, and when we do that, the leadership, the hub leaders and so forth, and Judy, our evaluator, we need to look at it just to make sure we got the messaging right, to make sure that what we're saying is not, beyond the scope of the grant. I think that's an important message. Here is one of my most favorite pictures that have been sent to me. And by the way, we love your pictures when you send them to us. But it's not so much the picture, it's the quote. The quote is amazing, and this was in the Impact magazine. But, here's Willie saying what he's saying. Every time I hire somebody coming out of the Biotech Academy, I celebrate. That's the president of Grifols in Los Angeles saying that, not us. That's pretty exciting, and that's one of his graduates. This is in Civies now. This is the same group that was at the front of the presentation. We end with this presentation. And I just want to remind all the grantees how important it is to take advantage of the Capstone Center, the project. There's no expense to our students. So all you need to do is make sure that you nominate them. Somebody asked me the day, I think it was from Montgomery, can we send many? Well, there's so many spaces, and what we're going to do is hold spaces per college. But once those spaces have been decided that they're not going to be used, we're going to fill that class. And that class is coming up very quickly in June. So we look forward to seeing your folks. We look after them very, very well. And they're smiling. And we know they went back with glowing reports. And I'm not too sure that's because they thought that downtown Raleigh was so exciting. But maybe that's true. I don't know. So I think that's a thank you. And if anybody has any questions during the day, let's talk about it. And the next step today really is to hear from you. So each one of you and the grantees is going to talk to us very briefly about what your goals are for the remaining year of the grant. And then we're going to hear from Sean, and we're going to hear from Judy. And then we'll just talk. So we want this to be really flexible. We don't want you to feel that you're pressured, but at the same time, we want people to move through fairly quickly because we do have at least 12 presentations. So does that sound good? Okay. I've got a hand up for Micah. Yeah, it's because Jennifer's here. Jennifer, come on up here. Come on and see us. This is Jennifer Klum, who's our Dean of Business and Industry. She's the Dean of this building. So if you like the building, give Jennifer a hand.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Welcome to the Innovation Quarter, and more importantly, welcome to Forsyth Tech at Innovation Quarter. For those of you who may be new to Winston-Salem, we're so happy to have you. And Russ and his team, Mona and Micah, have done a beautiful job of putting together, I'd say, a great guidebook for Winston-Salem and getting around and finding some of the great points in Winston. I'm already recognizing faces in the group that I have really loved hearing about what you're doing and seeing all the great things that you're doing across the United States. So again, thank you for all of your work, and I know our employers would want to echo my sentiments as well. So if there's anything you need facility-wise, please let me or any of my team know. Again, Micah and Mona and Russ, you're definitely in capable hands with them, but we just want to, again, thank you for being here, and we apologize for the weather that's coming in. I did my snow dance a little too fervently this year, apparently, so we got more snow than was expected. So please be careful, and again, welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay. I got a text from the project officer later. Okay, all right. So we're going to start with the grant updates. And so what I want you to do is just relax, network, talk, take advantage of the situation while we get set up to make sure that we can have the presentations go forward. Okay, sound good? We don't have an order. We have a random order. So go ahead, talk.
And I do have one. Hey, Russ, just FYI, I do have one.
That's good, that's good.
Okay, we have
Did the Florida people make it?
I know, I can see.
And anybody who's had a significant input on the grant, and we want to hear from what's going on within the colleges. So each hub leader has to keep in the back of their mind, remember who their people are and so forth and so on. I'm not insulting you, I just want to make sure that it goes in a very logical process. Frank here is going to make sure that all the presentations come up on the screen, that people can talk to them. Remember, you're limited to 1 or 2 slides, but that doesn't mean you're limited to like 30 seconds. Okay, take your time to explain where you're going. Debbie is taking notes. You see Debbie pulling in the back there? Debbie is recording what is going on. But we have your slides because that's what's going to go into that spreadsheet that we use that we call the plan, which is the end of the 3 years of the grant activity, 3.5 years of grant activity. So the first hub leader that has volunteered to go is Elaine Johnson. So please welcome Elaine Johnson.
The hub that I'm representing is the Lab Skills Hub, and this is a combination of colleges that are working on the core competencies for lab skills. And of course we have the other one for biomanufacturing and another one for medical devices and the fourth one here at Forsyth Tech with the curriculum. But this particular hub is made up of the colleges of City College of San Francisco, Austin Community College, and Madison College, formerly Madison Area Technical College. And we have people from each of the colleges here, and they're going to come up and talk about what their particular colleges are doing. So I'm going to let them do that. But I want to say a little bit about this group. And that is because we've worked together for so many years. And we've also worked together with the folks in the biomanufacturing, the medical devices over a number of years. So this is not just a group that has come together recently. We have a lot of trust, a lot of collaboration. We've worked together for many, many years. And we're delighted to expand this and to bring networks together. So the BioLink network has been around for a long time, developing programs and supporting community college programs across the United States for biotechnology and life sciences. But now, as things have changed, of course, over the many years, we have new programs, new relationships, new colleges. And so from that standpoint, this hub is working on the lab skills. We had certain goals when we started, and we're working through those. Jeanette Maury and Allison Pappas will be talking about those in great detail, and you have a handout in your packet as well about these. But we've got to differentiate between the lab skills core and the core of cores. And of course, we're getting and moving towards that core of cores, and we're looking forward to how that's going to materialize during year 3. In addition, we have been adding some stackable credentials, and one of the issues that has come up, and I'm sure that the rest of you will agree, is this whole idea of assessment and how we can best do the assessment of the skills that industry has indicated that they want for the technician level positions and higher. So we love to share ideas, work towards training the students, and then of course ultimately that the students get jobs. One of the benefits of this particular grant and the way it was put together from Forsyth Tech is the fact that there was a reliance on a number of resources. And I have brought today a new resource hot off the press that I want to share with you, and I have enough for everybody. This is a new publication. This is an advertisement for a new publication that's just come out for the state of California, focusing on middle skilled jobs. And the reason this is so important is that it relies heavily on Burning Glass, and we have scheduled the president of Burning Glass to be with us here on Friday, I believe. But it's looking at jobs in a different way, not just from the labor market codes, but also from the way the jobs are announced. And we're looking at middle-skilled jobs that require less than a bachelor's degree and pathway jobs that require a bachelor's degree or higher. So this is available for you. I was planning to just have it by our poster, but who knows if the weather will allow our posters to be shown. So I have them here for you so that you have at least a chance to look at this. The group that put this together was BioLink was a part of it, but it was also the community college hub. They're not hub leaders, they're called navigators in the state of California, and Lenny knows this, and Vivian is in California now, and then of course the City College group. But John Carisse has been very active, a labor market analyst from the Center of Excellence at City College of San Francisco. And it's a nice publication from the standpoint of looking at this from how to ask the questions and how to put the information together about where the jobs really are. And the state of Texas now has asked to do the same thing there and has contacted the group that put together this report. So I think that we can all just realize that it exists. You can take a look at it and see if it's useful for you. The report itself, I've got 3 copies with me, and it's downloadable from there's a website that you can download it, and also from the BioLink website. So we asked ourselves why are we doing this, and partially to give educators the tools to develop the courses that really meet industry needs, to define skills and knowledge for these entry positions so students know what they need and industry recognizes what the students know, and how to measure this, how to measure whether the students really do have the skills that the industry is expecting, and then possible development of credentials. So I'm going to leave this for Jeanette and Allison in the discussion of the draft and the core topics and the work tasks and so on, and the critical work functions, because they've got definitions for these and have been working on them for a long time. But I now am moving to the 3 colleges that are part of this Lab Skills Hub. And I'm going to ask my colleagues from City College of San Francisco to come up. Daniel, join us too. And look at some of the things that we said we were going to do as part of this grant from San Francisco. So James and Yingsu and Daniel, come on up. We have a lot of different offerings. You have to realize San Francisco City College is huge. And we have about 18 faculty members that are teaching biotech. The biotech program started in the biology department and had to move to the engineering department because it got too big and unwieldy. And we've got lots of students and lots of variety of students. If you look at the people that we're serving, they're a range of ages, very diverse group of people, and interested in different things. So we have the lab portion, the biomanufacturing, we've got an instrument course, we've got the stem cell course, and we've got the new environmental monitoring course. We've added stackable credentials, and this is going to be something that we're going to be sharing nationally because of the Department of Labor grant and the c3bc. So we've been able to purchase equipment, create a certificate and promote learning communities around this. And I'm going to turn it over to Ying-Sue Lo, who's been the mastermind behind the environmental monitoring development.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I just want to give you an update on what's been happening with us, and I hope you'll come to my poster and James's poster tomorrow, because we're going to have some more detail about what's going on. So with the environmental monitoring program, we were able to get 4 classes in line that works with that. So the first one that we have going is the environmental foundations course, where we focus on instrumentation, sampling, and analysis. And that class uses a lot of the field instrumentation that we were able to purchase with a grant. It's a nice course in the sense that when I talked to a lot of people from industry, they said, yes, students need to know this. We need samplers, we need people that know how to analyze in the field, and we need to have students that know how to look at the numbers and know what they mean, and if the pH doesn't make sense, that they redo it, things like that. So that's one of the courses. The other course is environmental microbiology. This is all following EPA and standard methods, so things like enumeration or multiple tube fermentation. A course that we feel will be good in recruitment is called Sustainability 5, but it's to invite people from the industry to come and talk about what they do. So they could be geologists, hydrologists, environmental scientists, things like that. The last course that we have that is just fresh off the press is a class that focuses on the ion chromatography. We were able to purchase 3 new analytical equipment: the ion chromatography, GCMS, and something called the ICP, atomic absorption something. I'm not a chemist, but the IC is in line. We have a standalone class for that, and we see ourselves recruiting students from chemistry, because then they'll be able to see the relevancy of what they're learning in chemistry in a use for environmental analysis. In the future, this is what we have in line. So the certificate is what we're still working on, and we're still working on 2 other classes that we want to get in line, the GCMS course and the ICP course. Once those are in line, then we feel that we can have this certificate going. The other thing we're working on is something called a QAP plan, Quality Assurance Project Plan. I like saying that, the QAP. So this is a plan that is that is sanctioned by the EPA in terms of how you sample correctly and how you analyze correctly, and how often you sample and how often you analyze. We're going to focus on the wetlands area at the Herons Head Park Eco Center, where we also have a lot of educational programs. So, this is, the slide that Russ talked about is about the grant ending in March and a sunset of the grant. So that's what we're thinking about, is sustainability. How do we sustain this program? And we see ourselves providing a certificate so that students who want to take these courses, we're looking at ways to recruit students, and we're also looking at ways that the students can continually use their skill in such a way that it's sanctioned by the EPA, and the data will be inputted into a public database that could be used by industry and by private and public entities. So that's MSA. So don't forget to visit my poster tomorrow. Bye.
So we have continued to work on the core skills and the items that you've heard about in year 2, and we're looking about finishing this work up and in year 3, and we've got some big plans for that. So Ying-Sue has also been very, very, very active in our internship program, but so has James Lewis. And so I'm going to ask James to talk a little bit about the bridge students. They're coming into the biotech program, and also about the internship piece.
Okay, so in our program we have interns going into lots of different small research projects in different companies. We're not feeding them all into the same position in the same company. So we've had to think a lot about how our students transition best from classroom into the workplace. And generally speaking, that's been through our internship program and emphasizing workplace learning. So as part of this grant, we wanted to look at how that workplace learning is successful or not, how that mentoring experience has helped some of our students transition into work. And that, at least for us, meant looking at how we might strengthen some of these mentoring relationships and maybe develop a mentoring training program. And so we've been partnering this semester for the first time, and we plan on developing this over the next year with one of our biggest partners for providing internships, UCSF, the University of California at San Francisco, which actually is an enormous institution with many projects. And we're working with mentors there to develop a training program. Now, the way that we're looking at this training program is more as a means of having the mentors reflect on what they're doing in that mentoring experience, reflecting on what expectations they have of the students, reflecting on assessing the students, and also having the students thinking about what they're expecting from the internship and how they think they're doing at that internship, and helping seeing through those assessments how we can align their expectations better. We've just started this, but we are very hopeful that it will be a way of providing a more structured internship experience, and that hopefully we'll be able to develop through some of this assessment material a way of kind of farming out to other people ways to work with mentors and help them structure an internship experience in a way that's successful and helps students transfer to a workplace successfully.
James is also, James has been working very hard on putting together our reporting system as well. And one of the examples here is some of our outcomes and statistics, and knowing who our students are. A large number of them already have bachelor's degrees and are coming back to get skills, but they also come in, even if they have a bachelor's degree, they come in with needs of contextualized math, language, and hands-on skills. So there's just a huge amount of work that's being done around this and the bridge. And the other person that I'll just briefly introduce is Daniel O'Michael, who's going to do a session tomorrow, and he's our workforce outreach coordinator.
Hello, everybody. We're all awake? Okay, seems like it. So I'm actually just help out whenever needed at this point. A lot of what's happening is, there's a lot of activity already internally, but really what I work in is at the beginning stage and hopefully at the end stage when to collaborate with employers and connect people to employment. So my experience has always been in workforce development. So what I've done initially is just try to assist with the information sessions. A lot of them are kind of modeled similar to what Lenny is doing, but it's to collaborate with all of the WIBs that are in the area. In San Francisco, we have 6 one-stops, and we have a large WIB that meets once a month that has about 60 people who are on the board. The new Workforce Innovation Act is supposed to make these WIBs give them permission to be smaller. so that hopefully will be able to make things a little more efficient. So right now, a lot of what is happening is I'm sort of building groundwork for the WIBs in San Francisco to become more aware of what this wonderful program is. And they're doing all the heavy lifting at this point. But what we're trying to do then is educate each of the one-stops, now called access points, where we are, to let them know about these pipelines, this available pipelines of where people can go into the sector. And they've identified certain sectors in the city that they're focusing on, although we're trying to push them. The healthcare is one of the biggest ones, but we're trying to push biotech as being an alternative to that as well. So So basically, it's in the building the infrastructure to get people aware, and to me, it's always good news when I go to these and they say, "Oh, I wasn't aware of it," which means that each of the people at these one-stops need to be more educated about these wonderful programs that we have at City College around this. So I plug in, I kind of help with as much as possible around workforce, and I'm excited to get involved in as this begins to pick up more steam. And to collaborate a little more with the employers and help with that end of it as well. So, thanks.
So in conclusion, we really like working together, and we've got this robust network and curriculum clearinghouse and people and interactive web communications. But one of the things that I do want to say is that we're leveraging some of the other conferences very actively to make sure that we pull together and come in with that common voice that Russ was talking about. We do some regional workshops and have been making presentations there. We'll be doing some more in Worthington, Minnesota coming up. But we also have the BioLink Summer Fellows, where we consistently have sessions around the core skills and the Common Core. The Bio Conference, and Sonia Wellman and numbers of people here, Russ as well, and me, have been working on putting together a community college day at the Bio Conference in Philadelphia this year. But I do want to say that we're actually preparing for Bio 2016, and that conference will be in San Francisco. It will be the perfect time, because it'll be just before our grant ends. It'll be after the March 2016 date, but it'll be before September 2016. So I hope that you'll all think about what you would like to have happen for this project in San Francisco in 2016 at the Bio International Conference. And then this summer also we have a whole track. We've got a whole bunch of proposals come in for the High Tech Conference in Portland in July around the TAACCCT grants, the Department of Labor, how the Department of Labor can be working with the ATE centers and projects. So you can expect to have even an extra day at the end of that conference to be continue this work together. And I don't know, I can't speak for you, Sonia, and the others, but I do know that BioLink is an executive producer and has 25 registrations available that I'll be happy to share amongst our group so that you can have a little bit of travel relief if you need it, and there will probably also be money from this grant. I can't speak for Russ completely at this point, but I know that we're doing everything to make sure that we continue this work together. So I'm going to turn this over now to either Madison Area Technical College or Austin Community College next to tell us what's going on.
For a second. Elaine, we're going to do a reception tomorrow night, but in case we all got blown out, you all need to know that Elaine was just elected as a fellow of the AAAS, so please give her a...
Thank you.
Which
Which
means,
well, it's an election from fellows of the AAAS. 3 people nominate you, and you don't know who they are. And I'm particularly pleased because there are so few fellows at AAAS that are from community and technical colleges. So I feel very privileged to have that award and to be able to represent the community colleges. And part of the write-up and the reason that I was selected was because of the biotechnology programs and also the workforce development. So thank you.
That didn't do anything.
the end. Do
Maybe
we have a
to bring-
slide?
Maybe we have to exit out of here and, okay, there I go.
Tech support, please.
Do you have a file? Is it a totally separate file?
I don't have a file.
So for you, here's the list of all the presentations.
She's no, I sent one. I just have
Sent it to us.
to Micah. Yeah, to Micah and Russ. I don't know. Because that's not.
It's not yours. Well, we can just talk.
If you like, I can check with Russ, because if I email it to him, he might-
See if Sue Office is on there, and then she can come in.
Yeah, but how can we tell? Because there's no identifying.
Yeah, I know.
That's not us. That's not us. Lab skills core November 8th. That's not us. It's a PDF file. Lab skills hub. Yeah. Task lab hub 15.
Come up here and see if you can find your slide.
I thought that they were going to supplement it to one PowerPoint presentation. Yeah. Yeah, Price. Do you see your file? Look, right, so type. There we go. Here are the PowerPoints right here. All of these.
There was one ACC.
I don't see one.
I'll just stop.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you finish and then I'll stop.
Yeah, we could just give, but I mean, Sue Office. Yeah. Do you want us to wait? Because we can just say, my slide had like 2 or 3 bullet points. Yeah, that's what mine. Yeah.
We didn't make a real presentation. I didn't see that. You can start talking.
Where? Yeah. Yeah. No.
It says ACC.
Yeah, I saw that before. I can't see it now. Yeah, maybe if it's
folder.
So Frank, did it change or something? It's on this. It's on this one.
Maybe that's the one for
It's on this one.
All right, let's see.
I don't know.
According to this, it's only one flash drive. I don't see how it's saying it. That's it. It's the same one. Well, let's see.
Want to talk to you?
I'll just talk. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hey everybody, we're just going to
Yeah.
talk. We don't need a PowerPoint
Yeah.
slide. We've been there, done that before.
So I'm Allison Papasa. I'm from Madison College. This is Jeanette Mowry. She's also from Madison College. And I'm trying to remember what was on our slide, but clearly after what Elaine said, skill standards, Common Core skill standards, and the Lab Hub's own skill standards are a major part of what we're going to be doing in year 3. We're going to be finalizing those. I'm writing a lot of assessments that go with the Lab Skill Hub's own document, and we're going to be looking for industry feedback on all of those. So currently, as everyone knows, I hope there's an online questionnaire for the Common Core document. There will be a similar thing for the added components from the Lab Skills Hub to get feedback from industry throughout the nation, and so we'll be doing that as well. Do you have
You're
anything
going to
to
hear a lot about
Yeah.
that tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
so we don't
right.
need to go into that right now. The only other thing I would say is that we do also have a college with programs. We don't just talk about skill standards.
They're just not funded by the grant.
Right. We have an associate degree program and multiple certificates, and if you have questions about that.
And in case I don't have an opportunity to say this again, like tomorrow during the workforce thing, I will say on the workforce front, something that's been working really, really well for us is that our one-stop, which is called Work Smart group, they actually put an in-house person at our college. So everybody who comes to the One Stop who wants long-term training lasting longer than 3 months, they have their case manager is the person who is at Madison College, and that's made my job on that front a lot easier because I have very good communication with that person. I can train her really easily on what we have on our facilities, and she has sent quite a few people to me, whereas the people at the job center have sent no people to me. So that has worked really well. If you can convince your one-stops to do that, I highly recommend it. Okay.
That's all we're going to say right now. You'll see us tomorrow.
Okay, it's my turn now. I'll talk without the slides as well. So we've been working on getting some of our core courses, the first 2 courses that the students take, into an accelerated mode, and we also did stackable credentials. The stackable ones have worked out very well. We have modularized all our courses, and so any time we have industry or anybody wanting to take one module, we can give it as a course. So that has worked out very well. The accelerating of the courses kind of didn't work out very well. We got a lot of feedback from our students saying it's too much, we can't do this. Because whatever is done in like 16 weeks, we cram it down to like 8 weeks or 12 weeks sometimes. But more than that, in a week, they have to do 4 days of the courses, and it is a long course. Then they say they don't have time to go back and reflect on anything. So if we did it a little bit slower, you could see there was a difference in the students' outcome. So we decided not to do the accelerated courses, but just do the stackables and then do the modularization of the courses. So that was the outcome of our first year. And we also started the biomanufacturing course because of the DOL grant we had. And that has made a big impact in the area. We have a lot of companies, mid-sized companies that are going into manufacturing. They needed certain skills, and so we put in all those in that course, and that has made a big difference. So we've been giving that course every other semester, and it's made a big difference. Now, based on that, we are going to actually change that course up a little bit. We got a new grant. It's a Wagner-Pfizer grant to do a lot of GMP training, and we want to put that in the manufacturing course because it renders itself very easily to that course. So it's going to extend that course a little bit, and which is a great outcome for that course. And this is all because of we started with the C3bc grant, and then we extended it to that grant. Now we have been working on trying to see what new courses we can add to our set of courses that we already have. We looked at doing the bioinformatics, and we are going to hire Sandy and Todd to kind of do a survey first to see whether this is even needed, or what level do we have to go to in terms of training our students. And that's in the works right now. And then we also have been working on the medical device part of it. The survey for the medical device has been sent out. We're now slowly getting feedback from the industry to see if, how much of the industry is there, what level of, students they want, and what kind of training we have to set up. We do have a lot of medical devices, but we just want to know at what level and what type of industry is there. So we are doing that survey right now. So that'll be the next year work cut out for us. We need to look at the surveys. We need to figure out what type of courses we have to develop based on that. And there are some, there's some articulations we have to renew, and we're going to work on that in the year 3. So these 3 are our biggest ones for the year 3. And there has been some really nice and unexpected outcomes of this grant for us, and I'll talk more about that tomorrow. I don't want to take up time right now. Okay, thank you.
I think we're going to shake it up a little bit and have the Learning Technologies Hub come on up. Michael Ayers.
you remember which one it was?
Yes.
I didn't see anything there that looked like it.
This is not my jump drive. I don't know what's
No.
Well, what about removable disk G?
Yeah.
It's not there.
That's
Let's
odd.
start from basics. Which one?
This one, this one is mine.
Doesn't seem to be showing up, so what I'm gonna do is-
Maybe if you redid it, great.
Yeah, I wanna make sure if I can see if I can remove it safely. It doesn't appear like we can. Again, so we know it's yours. Open the folder. Okay, there you go.
There you go. Learning hub.
I can get it. Oh, right there? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start it for you. And you can use the clicker if you like.
Okay, folks, so this will be short and sweet. I don't know if it'll shake it up much or not, but we'll see. So the Learning Hub includes Forsyth Tech, Alamance, and Bill's here. Appreciate Bill being here. Rowan Cabarrus Community College, I talked with Carol earlier today, and their SACCCT documents, SACCCT is our accrediting agency in the southern region, and they're going through the SACCCT process, and she said she would be here. They also have lost their vice president recently and have had some several things going on. So Carol isn't here. Is anyone from Rowan Cabarrus here? Oh, didn't think so. So I just want to show you a couple things here. One thing that we've been doing with the C3bc grant is designing digital learning experiences, and I sent this out to everyone, but in case you didn't see it, I thought I would show it today. Say no? Just say no. I can do that. Are we going to have sounds? Yay!
talking about aseptic technique, which is used to maintain sterility when you're working with things such as cell culture to prevent contamination of your samples.
Today we're going to learn how to do electron configurations and how these electron configurations are used to describe how the electrons are arranged within an atom. So if we go back to the periodic table.
Today I'd like to talk to you about solutions, particularly as solutions relate to electrolytes. And as we do this, let's just review a little bit about what we have when we have a solution. So in doing that, we basically have defined and reviewed what we need to review.
It's about learning and navigating within your environment, having a relationship with the quantity that you deal with every day.
So as we've already talked about causal law, it states that there is a direct relationship between volume and temperature of a gas. Let's see what happens to volume.
So that's just a demo reel. And that's all the work that, that Courtney Harrington and her group has done. You know, we've been running our, if I can get this to go where I want it to go. We've been running our Chemistry 131 classes and some of our biology sections without students having to purchase a textbook. And somebody said, well, you've developed an e-text, but it's much more than an e-text. It's what I've been calling a digital learning experience, because calling it an e-text book just doesn't do it justice. It's much more dynamic than that. And the thing about it is, all this stuff is available to people at your colleges to use freely. You know, I'm confident that the work that's been produced could replace textbooks at any community college in the country. And the data that we have now, which is preliminary, but students are doing as well, if not slightly better, than students who have been using a traditional textbook. And you're talking about reducing barriers for students. And when you look at the cost of you know, a science textbook or a science laboratory manual, that's significant. So we're really proud of this work with designing digital learning experiences, and this is something that we plan to continue to do. We're doing it with a little different twist. A lot of the work that we're doing can support focused industrial training. Jennifer was here, one of my colleagues in workforce and economic development. Those kinds of things that we're creating now can be used to help support focused industrial training. So the digital learning experiences are fantastic. The other thing that we're doing, which is groundbreaking, I know of no other community college or university for that matter that's doing the kind of work that we're doing with our Science Skills Laboratory. And I just wanted to show you a quick video of the work that's going on there.
In order to accommodate the busy lives of today's students, Forsyth Tech has introduced an innovation in education, the new Science Skills Learning Lab?
The Science Skills Laboratory Center is a multidisciplinary facility, and our main purpose is to help students to fulfill the laboratory requirements of their science courses in a flexible environment.
They just schedule a time with the lab, come in, they can work at their own pace, they can work with other students, they can work by themselves.
It gives you an opportunity to actually obtain your degree without being set to a rigid schedule.
I'm a working mom and trying to go back to school, and until this semester, I was never able to take any of the sciences because either the class would work for me or the lab would work for me, but I couldn't fit both of them into my schedule.
If I can't get in here at a particular time, something comes up. Ms. Brolin, really great about arranging the schedule.
It works really well with the schedule of being a mom with 2 kids, between doctor's appointments, working full-time.
So I currently live in Statesville, which is about 45 miles away from Forsyth. So to be able to come down here in one day and complete all my labs and not have to drive 40 minutes out a week is very flexible.
It's really nice being able to work sort of independently. You can get ahead.
I think that this lab opens up all the curriculums to working students.
A lot of students coming in here have work, they have families, and helps out, works around their schedules.
I would tell any student that if you really want to become a biotechnology major, that Forsyth Tech has made an opportunity for you.
Students seem to like that.
It's just wonderful. It's fantastic.
Phenomenal.
Really enjoyed it. I wish I could more of my classes like this.
So the way this Science Skills Lab works, for those of you that aren't familiar with the concept, students will go online and they'll schedule a time during the week when they're going to do their laboratory, and they show up and they do it. And it may be 8 o'clock in the morning on one Monday, and then the next week it may be Tuesday in the evening. And so it's really our attempt to try and solve the barrier of space and time for students when it comes to learning science. Yes, sir.
Is it okay to ask questions?
Yeah, sure.
How does that work with financial aid?
They sign up for the class just like they normally would. It's like a hybrid class. Now you can ask the same question in my next slide, and I think my answer will be I'm not sure yet. But the Science Skills Lab, as we've run it now, students sign up for a class just like they'd sign up for any hybrid class, and part of it's online, and then they do the lab. When their schedule will allow. But what's on the horizon, what's next, is what I am most excited about. Because we're really going to take a lot of big ideas and put them together and allow us to do something that we haven't been able to do to this point. And we have more design certainly taking place, but we want to move to a continuous enrollment model with modularized courses, hopefully starting as soon as next year. You know, it doesn't make sense in a non-agrarian society that students can't just come to Forsyth Tech tomorrow, barring snow, and say, you know, I've decided that I want to start college. Maybe it's a veteran coming back from service, and they come in tomorrow and they're ready to start their learning. Well, why should they have to wait until, you know, summer session starts, or even worse, why should they have to wait? Thanks, Elaine. Why should they have to wait until August to start their learning? Why can't they start tomorrow? And with the work that Courtney's group has done with designing these digital learning experiences, students will be able to go into our Science Skills Lab hopefully in the fall and say, I'm ready to start, I want to be a biotechnician and I need a biology course. And so they'll be able to sign up for General Biology 1, Module 1, and if they have some prior learning in that area, they may just spend a day or two reviewing topics, and then they take the test, and the test will assess mastery level learning, and voila, they've got Module 1 knocked off, and they're ready for Module 2, same thing. They go to the Science Skills Lab, we'll build the section for them, enroll them in the class, make it available, the content available to them via Blackboard. They can sign up and work through the course materials that we've already designed, work through the labs using the Science Skills Lab, and get credit for Module 2. And we have, right now at this point, we have the capacity to offer chemistry, biology, and basic lab techniques using that model. So that's where we're going. I'm not aware of any. You all tell me if you know of places that are doing science courses on a continuous enrollment basis using a flexible lab and completely online, I'm not going to say textbook, but digital learning experience. It's really groundbreaking work from my perspective, and we've just had a really good team working on this. And I mentioned focused industrial training too. As we've modularized our curriculum, you all will be amazed if you have a chance to see the poster that one of our folks has put together for tomorrow night about how we can take some of the work that we've done and adapt it for focused industrial training. And we have a few industries, local industries now that we're working with just to sort of pilot the work that we're doing. But say you have an industry and they have problems with their employees understanding how to use an electronic balance, for example. Well, that's something that you all have been working at with through the core, but that's something that we think we can support learning with in this digital kind of format. So anyway, that's where we are. Now your question, how does it work for financial aid with continuous enrollment and competency-based learning instead of seat time? I don't know what the answer to that is.
Follow-up is how do you schedule faculty?
That is a great question. His question was, how do you schedule faculty for this kind of model? I'm thinking that this is the way of the future instead of what we're doing now, and I'm just going to build it into faculty loads. Right now we have 2 faculty that are running the skills lab full-time anyway. They're both biologists. That's another thing that I didn't mention. We hope to bring on a chemist soon and keep the lab open on weekends, so it won't just be open Monday through Friday, roughly from 7 in the morning till 10 at night, but we'll have it open on Saturdays and Sundays also. And so it'll just be part of their regular load. It's a paradigm shift, it really is, and it's going to turn things around completely, which maybe we are shaking it up, Russ, I don't know. What other questions do you have? All right, well, thank you so much. I don't want to leave out the work that Tammy's doing with workforce and retention, but she has a whole session tomorrow. I believe it's tomorrow, so certainly Tammy's doing some great work, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Who's next?
Okay, Michael, thank you very much. Great presentation. Really excited. I used to teach chemistry at night, and I love what they do with the orbitals. It just makes so much sense to me. That's my favorite part, the orbitals. But anyways, for those of you not chemists, sorry. Anyhow, so I think what we're going to do now is move into, well, actually, Bill Woodruff, did you want to say something about what? Well, did you want to say something, Bill, because it's a big day for you? Come on up here, Bill. Everybody gets the word. And before, I should not be rude. It would be very not very nice of me not to recognize Giovanna Taylor and Chris Gales. You want to stand up and say hi? Yeah. From Florida. So we have representation from Florida. Bill, tell us what you're going to do for the grant for the next year.
Nothing. No, that's not true. What Russ has talked about is this morning I submitted my retirement papers. So my time is limited, but I am required, and I'm going to work until July 1st, and then I'm required to take 6 months off, but after that I'll be back just as strong as ever. In fact, that was actually a requirement of my retirement, was I'd come back and teach for them. So that's all it is.
For those of you who don't know it, Nancy knows this, but Bill is known as the godfather of bioscience education in North Carolina. Godfather, thank you. Lenny got that for some reason. Okay, we're going to call Sonia Wallman for biomanufacturing. Come on up. Thanks. Two sticks.
It was easier for you.
That's a good idea.
I thought I was going to be out of this. Want to show me how to do it?
Yeah, first I'm just going to, we're going to continue without scanning. Okay, let me minimize that. Excuse me, I just want to get rid of some of this other
Don't worry.
stuff.
I could introduce you from here, but I'd rather do it from the slides and do it correctly.
Apparently there's an issue with the thumb drive, so I'll have to scan it. Issue with the thumb drive. Something's wrong with the thumb drive. That's okay. I just want a quick scan. It's a slight delay. I apologize.
No. You do what you're doing. I'm going to talk for a second, okay? Okay. We want to make sure that you're not feeling, well, the agenda's almost at 4:30, it's like 3 o'clock and all this sort of stuff. For those of you who can and want to and would like to stay a little longer than the 4:30, we really would appreciate that, and there's a big reason why. We'll get you out of here before the rain starts, but the rain is turning to snow, and basically tomorrow morning probably will be very treacherous in the morning to drive in here. So what we want to do is bank some time, So we're going to keep you up to date. We're going to let you know how the weather's going by the time we leave here. But if you're looking at 4:30 and you're looking at your watch, you're free to go. But we're going to keep going. Okay? Is that good? Hands up if you want to keep going.
Click on yours. Watch what happens.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Order wine. I've already done repair on the actual thumb drive.
Talk to Nancy.
So I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, I've got it on there, but I mean, that would take a little time. I mean, it's on my, well, he doesn't have my side.
Issue with the actual PowerPoint
Okay.
file.
Okay, so let's get somebody else to come in. Okay. Sonia's got to correct.
Try to get it saved to something else, or does she have another flash?
Get one open. There seems to be damage.
So I'll just do it, but I'm here.
You're going to do it for me?
Yeah.
Okay, we got an issue with Sonia's
Well, actually,
flash drive.
would you do me a favor? Give me the flash drive.
Okay, you want to take a break and somebody else can come up and then you come up later?
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to, if you want to get on my computer and so you can say...
Ivy Tech, calling Ivy Tech.
I'll try it. Okay.
Sen Young, you are on. Okay. We have a technical issue with the jump drive from the biomanufacturing group. You're on. Okay. Now he needs to flip. Okay. So we're going to did you send me your presentation?
Oh, it's there, but
It's there.
yeah.
Okay, good. So it should be on mine.
The document
I downloaded it.
Introduce Sen-Young Lee from Ivy Tech from Bloomington, and also just to share the accolades. As you know, in Impact Magazine, he was named Faculty of the Year at Ivy Tech at Bloomington. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So I work at Ivy Tech. So I'm a faculty member there, as I said before. I represent not only the Ivy Tech Community College, also the Medical Device Hub, which is considered as a new kids on the block compared to the, I guess, lab skills hub and the biomanufacturing hub, because those two hubs were built based upon the previous work done by BioLink organization and then the NBC2. Those two are the centers of excellences funded by NSF through numerous grants. But compared to those two hubs, our group is pretty brand new. So there's been a lot of challenges for our hub, but so far we've overcome most of the challenges. We've made a lot of progress, so I'm so glad to present what we have done so far. So let me see. So let me introduce our hub partners. So when we started this C3bc grant proposal, so we had three partner colleges who were interested in working in the realms of medical device education program area. Those were Ivy Tech Community College in the state of Indiana and St. Petersburg College in Florida. Giovanna just came in this afternoon. I'm glad she just joined us. And then Salt Lake Community College in Utah. I know there's a big group came from Salt Lake Community College. So those were the original three college partners. And then since the start of the grant, we developed partnership with a lot more community colleges all over the US. They are listed there on the slide. Anoka Ramsey Community College in the state of Minnesota. Most of you know that the state of Minnesota has a strong presence of medical device industry. So Anoka Ramsey Community College developed and implemented that medical device education program how many years ago? Maybe 1999. It's pretty old, so they've got a lot of history. So Matt Sallow represents that college. I'm so glad that he is able to join us here today. And then Austin Community College, I guess that college is part of the lab skills group, but they are also in the process of developing and implementing the medical device education program, so they've been working with us as well. And then College of Canyons in the state of California, they're not here today, but they've been working with us. Foothill Community College in California, Mount Wachusett Community College in the state of Massachusetts, they've been working with us as well. And Southern California Biomedical Council, represented by Steve Dahms. Is Steve going to be here? No? Okay. Anyway, they were the main liaison between us and the state of California. And William Moore College of Technology in Tennessee, they have a great program doing machine shop building and documentation. Yeah. So through the collaborative work among these partner colleges, as well as their industry partners, we've made a lot of progress. As you can see on the map, we're so proud that we are everywhere. So before this grant started, there was no network of medical device education, I guess, programs. But we are the first one who developed a partnership all over the U.S. in the field of medical device education. And then we've been successful in identifying the jobs that are available in the field of medical device industry, and then skills and knowledge that are associated with those jobs. So we've completed our first national medical device skill set standard through our 3 national meetings. So I'll talk about those a little bit. So these are the main goals for our hub. So recruiting, educating TAA and other displaced workers, that is the main goal for this TAACCCT grant, as you know. So we've been all doing that. But as I mentioned, one of the main goals of our hub is to identify the skill sets for the medical device industry jobs, because before our grant started, there was nobody who had that developed. So we were the first one who developed the skill set standard. I'm so proud to present that. So we've completed a task at the end of last year, right? Almost? Or all of this year?
Yeah, in September, when we were at St. Petersburg. So
Right.
we finished up
Right. So now we have the skill set standard. Actually, I can show you that. Let me see if I can get onto the website. We posted that on the BioLink website. So let me show you a little bit what we developed. Okay, c3bc. So here's our medical device skill set standard. Medical device core. So if you're interested, you can visit violink.org website, and you can find this information there. So this is the medical device core skill set standard. I guess 1 out of 7 pages. So this is kind of formatted according to the bioscience core that Jeanette, Vivian, and Linda's group came up with. And through the previous 3 national meetings, we completed our task. As you can see, all the blanks are filled, and the information has been validated by our industry partners. Okay, so you can see all the critical work functions, areas. So key activities, performance indicators, underlying knowledge, assessments, information been provided by our partners. Okay. So let's go back. Okay. And then using that information that we identified, so our partner colleges have been identifying gaps existing in our current education programs, and then maybe filling those gaps by revising our programs or developing brand new programs and implementing those. So this is a kind of a project flow chart for our hub. So we are, I guess, right here, the c3bc national meeting in the year of 3. So up to this point, our hub hosted 3 national meetings. So through those meetings, our college partners brought in their industry partners. So through each meeting, we had about close to 50 attendees. Okay? And then we had a lot of discussions on what jobs are out there available for the graduates from community colleges. So the medical device jobs. And then after identifying those job titles, we identified the specific skill sets and knowledge sets. And through that activity, we came up with the medical device skill set standards in the 5 functional areas. I'll show you what those functional areas are. And up to the 3rd meeting we held in the state of Utah at SLCC, Salt Lake Community College, last year, we completed that skill set standard. And then we developed more information on the assessment and education pathways. So we are right here, and then we have one more meeting scheduled in the month of April. So College of the Canyon in California will host that. So through that meeting, we are expecting to complete our project That means using the skill set standard we developed, and we're going to develop a kind of crosswalk between the skill set standard and our education programs that we have, so we can show how we are teaching all the informations that are listed in our skill set standard through our courses. So that will be again validated by our industry partners. So it's kind of showcasing at the end of the grand outcome, and that's what we're expecting to do. And if there will be any need for feedback on the assessment part, we'll use that meeting to gather more information. So that's on the horizon. So overall, the major accomplishments we've had so far, of course, 3 funded colleges. Those are, again, Ivy Tech, Salt Lake Community College, and then St. Petersburg colleges had their own budgets to maybe hire necessary staff members or instructors or purchase instructional equipment. So our colleges have done that so far. And then we've recruited, educated our students. And then, like I mentioned, the skill set standards, the task has been done through the strong partnership we built with our industry partners. And based on that, we are continuously building our education programs. So those are the 5 functional areas in the medical device industry where we developed our skill set standards. Those are regulatory affairs, engineering R&D, manufacturing, quality, and instrumentations. So I showed you that the skill set standard in those areas. And then based on those 5 skill set matrices, we developed so-called medical device core skill set standard. Okay. And the next steps that we have, again, the continue efforts to align our education programs with the skill set standard. That's going to continue. And then we'll work with other hub partners to develop bioscience core. So we'll have to compare our medical device skill set standard with biomanufacturing and lab skills group. And then, like I mentioned, we'll have the 4th national meeting coming up. Through that meeting, we'll probably complete our showcasing or rolling out the final product out of our hub. And then we'll try to disseminate our project outcomes to other educators who are not part of this consortium. We're thinking about building a web-based kind of resource where educators can get to our information, like skill set standard or instructional materials that our partners are willing to share. And then our partner colleges have been building their education programs. Those programs may or may not have some industry-recognized professional certificates embedded. So we'll continue our effort on that. And like I mentioned, courses, certificates, and degree programs been built. And so that effort will continue. So I guess that's mostly it for the medical device hub. And then I'll talk pretty quickly about the Ivy Tech Community College, what we have done as a partner college. So for Ivy Tech, our main goals were to build the instructional capacity, especially in the medical device area. So Bloomington is kind of surrounded by a lot of medical device manufacturing companies. Chris Killender is here. He represents the company called Cook Medical. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the company, but it's a really big company operating all over the United States as well as the overseas, right? You have a presence in Europe, Asia. So by working with that company, we've developed a lot of courses, especially in the areas of regulatory affairs. So we've implemented medical device-related courses at our college, as well as the courses in the plastics area. A lot of medical devices are made with the plastic materials. So our industry partners asked for some education programs in that area. So on our grant budget, we request the funding to purchase instructional equipment in the plastic area. So we fortunate to purchase things like what? Injection molding equipment, thermal former extruder. So those equipment sets been installed. And now we are teaching the courses like introductory course in plastics and injection molding. Those 2 courses are being offered this semester.
With students?
With the students, yes. Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah. And like I mentioned, the regulatory affairs courses, we have about 5 standalone courses in that area. So those are clinical trials, food and drug law, risk management, product life cycle, and introduction to regulatory affairs, 5 courses. One good thing is all those 5 courses are online based. So we are offering those courses throughout the state. And right now, with the collaboration with Anoka Ramsey Community College, we are offering one of our courses to the students at Anoka Ramsey. So we have 6, is that right? 6 Anoka Ramsey students currently taking our Ivy Tech clinical trials class. So that's a kind of unexpected collaboration that came off of this partnership. So if you think about the field of medical device industry, it's a really broad industry, as you know. I'm a molecular biologist through my education, but medical device industry requires a lot of skill and knowledge in engineering side. Not only that, a lot more understanding in the regulatory affairs, quality. There's so much education needed. So it's really hard for a single community college to offer all the necessary education programs. Not only that, we may not have enough number of students to offer all necessary courses. So we're thinking maybe having a model mechanism that will allow colleges to share their course offerings. Maybe we can offer those courses more often because we can combine students from different colleges into a single class. Then we'll have enough number of students to offer a class. So that's what we are exploring between Ivy Tech and Anoka Ramsey currently. So with just Ivy Tech alone, we couldn't offer that clinical trials class because we only had like 5 students. But with 6 more students coming from Anoka Ramsey, right now we are offering the class. And on the Anoka Ramsey side, they lost the instructor who taught that class, so they couldn't offer the class, but now they can offer the class through Ivy Tech. So it's a kind of win-win situation. So we're going to explore that mechanism, and we'll hopefully continue with other classes. And if that's going to work, hopefully we can maybe disseminate that mechanism to other colleges. So we have a pending NSF AT grant on that model. So if we get funded, hopefully I can maybe share that mechanism with some of our college partners here. So next step for Ivy Tech, like I said, we've been implementing new courses, and so we will come up with 3 new certificates. We do have already the certificates in those topic areas, but we decide to make our certificates financial aid eligible, meaning we have to have approval from our college as well as the state to make our certificate financial aid eligible. So we decide to go through that route so we can get more students kind of utilizing our education program. So far, our regulatory affairs certificate's been approved by our college, and it is being reviewed by the Commission of Higher Education in the state of Indiana, and hopefully we'll get the approval within the next 2 or 3 months. Then our certificate will be financial aid eligible. And we'll go through the same route with a couple of more certificates, the medical device course certificate and introduction to plastic certificates. That's being done currently. And then, like I mentioned, the course offering mechanism, hopefully we can expand with more topics of classes. So that's mostly it. The last picture that's showing, I guess it's the injection molding equipment that we were able to purchase through this grant. So the number of students taking the class, I think the picture was taken about 2 weeks ago while the class was taking place. So actually, this is the instructor we were able to hire through this grant. So it's a brand new, I guess, program that Ivy Tech was able to implement through this grant funding. So that's it. So let me introduce our partner colleges. So Gia will talk about her wonderful program at Salt Lake Community College. And then Giovanna is the lead person at St. Petersburg College. So I guess you can come and talk about it. And then let me introduce the industry partners that we have through our hub. Chris Callender represents Cook Medical, and he's been so instrumental so far in developing our skill set standard. So he represents Cook Medical here. We appreciate you being here. And then Jeff Brown. So yeah, he's the industry partner through South Lake Community College. So you've been there through all 3 meetings, right?
Not all 3.
Maybe at least 2 previous one. Okay, so Jeff's been wonderful. And then we have Chris Gall, right? Yeah, the industry partner through St. Petersburg Community College. So we have 3 industry partners here today. We really acknowledge them for their input and all the help. Appreciate that. So would you like to talk about it, your program, Chair? All right, thank you.
I think you should be on Russ's drive.
Where was it?
So let's see. I think it's after, I think. Just go to slideshow.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I am very privileged to have this opportunity. I'm very excited to tell you, report it to you, what is the C3bc project going on in Salt Lake Community College. I think how did it go? This program, the grant, Vivian, she was instrumental for getting the grant to our college, and I was hired about 6 months into the grant as the project manager, and it's coming along about 2 years. And Craig is the interim dean of our math science engineering. He stepped into the PI position since last September, and so this program is, as you heard from Sanyang Lee, that is start from scratch. We're in one of the medical device program colleges, and our program is really focusing on the core knowledge and skills coming out from the medical device hub, and it is an entry-level job training program. And it is a non-credit certificate program of 96 hours. And we're in the 3rd year. The program rolled out last year, which is, this is the highlights of the year number 2 that we have been through. So first of all, we launched the program based on the core knowledge and skill with 4 little courses. Each of them have 8 week long. It's non-credit. And it's a collaboration with continuing ed at the college. And since then until now, we are finished 2 rounds of offering. We have 29 students participated, were enrolled, and we also received some state tuition assistance, as well as we have started building relationship and partnership with our local industry. We had last June, we had our initial program advisory committee, and the program was approved by the committee, which are including about 10 local industry partners. So up to last year, November, we have about 7 people receive the certificate, and the number sounds very small, but you have to understand, in Salt Lake, our unemployment rate is about 2 something. So there's not a lot of unemployed people. Among the 7 completers, 1 of them found a job right away in the medical device company. The other ones are looking where they're part-time in other jobs, so they're in the transition period. At the end of the last year, we also got approval of this articulation agreement by embedded this core certificate program into our biotech AS degree program. We also started as a grant requirement to start a DWS, the data collection. Okay. So what we're gonna do in the year 3 and 4, we want to keep the momentum going, push the program to the next level. We're rolling out 2 capstone experience of manufacturing skill-based focused workshops in the summer. So we're trying to create opportunities for students to gain the engineering part of the skill exposure. One of them is a nano fabrication of a medical sensor prototype. The other one is a survey of engineering design and machining. We're going to offer it in the summer. And in the fall, we're also rolling out 2 advanced level courses based on quality. One is a quality control, the other one is quality auditing, which will be stackable certificate on top of our core certificate. We're aiming to increase our capacity building through outreach to the community, the community at large, to TAA eligible people, unemployed, and also as well as veterans and high school students. We have built some relationship between our local companies, but we're going to strengthen those relationships and hopefully expanding the relationships to other companies. As well as we are building resources to providing to our completers to help them bridge the certificate program after they finish to a real job opportunity. So so we're building the relationship like internships, like partnerships with our local company. And at the end of the day, we also need to, we want to finish our number that we were required to achieve, as well as product sharing with our partners colleges, and also going through a final program and evaluation. So our goal is we want to finish this grant with a bang. So you're going to hear more about this program through Craig's talk tomorrow, and also you can visit my poster for any detailed information and questions. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm just gonna get out of this. Your slides are just gonna stick. Okay. So.
One more.
Good, how are you? I'm all right. Just give it a second to recognize it.
Okay.
And then should be able to open it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here finally after missing my initial flight and standby all the way here from Florida. Made it, yay! Thanks to Chris Gales, who is our industry partner, has been along with us for the ride and stayed and waited at the airport for me till he can make sure I finally got here safely. So here we are, and we are here just to give you our update. It's probably a little longer. I'll try to make it go fast. So I just basically outlined the goals that we had in our contract, which were to identify, and that's all for all the grant, industry-endorsed skills, as Sen Young talked about. We had the goal to, in the first year, to establish an advisory committee, and of course, to develop recognized stackable medical device related industry certifications, and also to establish an internship process or format with industry. We did a couple of things. In the beginning, one of the first things I thought was really important was to go ahead and build our advisory committee, because without them, I really didn't know anything about the industry. And even if I did, it would be limited and faulted. And so went about establishing our advisory committee through developing relationships with industry, getting out, talking to them, saying, hey, what is going on? What do you need? What kind of people are you looking for? What kind of skills do they need? And just really get a handle on the industry locally. So here are some of our advisory committee members and industry partners. And there's Ryan Medical, represented by Chris right here. Then I moved on to trying to get my hands around this huge, unwielding, very, very complex and diverse industry, and did that by actually trying to develop a continuum, saying where does it start, where does it move through, and where does it end up? And ended up developing this continuum that you see here at the top, which is where we started design development, moved into regulatory, manufacturing, sales, training. We looked at third-party vendors, then end users, and repair and service. So that was really just to try to get a handle on some of this. And this is not obviously comprehensive. We also talked to parts of the industry, as Sin Young talked about. We looked at clinical trials. There's some of that out there. But this is what I found to be the bulk of the industry. And then we went about trying to develop a matrix to say, okay, now how do we kind of tackle this thing? And I was able to develop this segment right here, which pretty much did research and found out what kinds of jobs were available along this continuum. Because without knowing what kinds of jobs were available, how would we know how to actually train a workforce? What are we going to train them in? I don't want to take the time to train a workforce and then there's no work for that force for them to do. And so then we went about doing this very detailed analysis of what our current market looked like, current industry looked like. This actually ended up being an assignment for our students, so that every week they had to fill out some component of this. And we ended up building a fairly nice database on what our current industry looks like. And of course, our students were getting a really good idea of what kinds of career opportunities would be available to them once they finished. A part of that process was also to come along and look at how do we go about also contextualizing or developing courses, because it was kind of a start from scratch process for us. And so I developed this continuum on how to develop and contextualize courses that reflected the needs of the industry. And they were basically to identify the key aspects of the industry, to categorize them along continuum as I just showed you, to look at the related jobs that were in demand, to identify the training and educational requirements as defined by the industry, then to identify the related workforce credentials, if they existed. Identify courses that met those, that were related to that, develop the degree and certificates, and then align that with the CBC3 standards that we're developing. So I was able to, in going through that process actually, and I'll show you in a minute, we did end up developing a degree with an embedded certificate in it, and we're able, by working with industry, to identify existing national credentials that were recognized and valued by the industry. And so we've embedded these particular credentials, which is the CAPM, the Certified Associate in Project Management through the PMI Institute, the CBET certification, which is a Certified Biomedical Equipment Technician through AMI, and then the CompTIA A+, which probably everybody's aware of. There is a new embedded certificate. I'll show you in a minute what our courses relate to, how our courses relate to that. But a new one has been released through CompTIA that has more to do with networking, and we're going to be embedding that. We've embedded that as well. I'll show you in a second. So that was year one objectives and what we did. Year two objectives were to develop an AS in medical device manufacturing with a common core of technical courses and areas of specialization. To develop the associate college certificates, to develop outreach programs for recruitment, and then to offer that industry-recognized certification. And so, in year 2, we had the arduous, painstaking, breathtaking task of developing a completely new degree. New for our college, there was an existing framework at the state level which we were able to identify that would meet the needs of industry. There were only at the time 3 other colleges in the state that were actually offering that particular credential. Nothing was standardized. People just kind of dropped a course or 2 on an existing engineering degree and called it biomedical engineering technology. So there was nothing standardized across the state. Some of it really wasn't meeting the needs of industry at all, and also not attracting students. So we did actually end up anchoring in a degree in biomedical engineering technology. And I really felt this was really important for us because I was concerned that if we only had certificates and they weren't, one, financial aid eligible, that it would be very difficult to attract students and to retain them in it. And 2, that from a college perspective, if it was not a recognizable degree, it may not get the attention after the grant. And the support after the grant. So I really wanted to make sure that this was something we did that was institutionalized by the college. And so we developed a degree. It has, in the degree, it's normal general education requirements. We added 4 support courses that were currently existing in the college, and 13 major courses, which is where all the indigestion comes in. So of those 13 major courses, there were only 2 courses that currently existed. And so the other 11 all had to be developed by us. We took the 2 existing courses and we contextualized them to meet the needs of industry. Then we've thus far contextualized 2 courses. We have developed 4 new courses, and we're on our way to the remaining 11 courses, having those developed. So it's a lot of work. I learned a lot. Just the process of developing a new degree, getting that approved through your college, and all of the hoops that are there, getting it approved at the state level. It's been approved at the college level. It is in the process of being approved at the state level. It is slated to begin fall of 2015, and we have been offering courses all along on the non-credit side. So the way that we've developed this program is to take the exact model that we'll be offering on the credit side and launching it on the non-credit side. So that gives us the opportunity to go ahead, build the program, to get the students in, to get the courses built, and then once all the students that are currently in the program have completed those courses, we will then articulate those courses over into credit. So we're doing the articulation piece on the non-credit side. And it's been working really well. We currently have just over 60 students enrolled on the new program side. We already had an existing medical quality system certificate, and we've been growing that. We probably had about 30 students come through that since the grant started. So just a little over 90 students who've come through altogether. These are actually our core courses, which they account for 31 credits. As you can see, it's a whole lot of stuff, but it's a lot of good stuff. And what I love about this is that we have worked hand in hand with industry to identify every single course. This degree has had many, many, many iterations. I have a professional association that meets at our college every other month, and so with every iteration I had a group of professionals who are working in the field that I could run that by and say, what do you think? Is this what you need? Is that what you need? And every time they gave me their feedback, I came back and we made the adjustments. And here we are. They're stuck with this, but this is where we finally are. So we have a degree which is Introduction to Biomedical Engineering. And I guess I want to go back a little bit and talk about that continuum. I won't scroll back to it, but when we looked across the continuum, one of the things that I was really looking for is where are the jobs, what jobs pay the best, and what part of that continuum was already grounded and connected to industry credentials. And we ended up on the end user side, which means that we anchored ourselves in the healthcare side, because there were more jobs in healthcare than in any other part of the medical device industry. What that allowed us to do was to develop a degree that actually is going to allow students to move up and down that continuum, because landing on the healthcare side meant that they were going to get the deepest dive in terms of the engineering component. Sen Young talked about our 4 areas, and engineering is one. So our students will take the deepest dive into engineering. We also give them a course in medical device design development, which you'll see right here. So that allows them to be able to move over onto the manufacturing side. And so they were able to move up and down that continuum because we've anchored them in the deepest part of the water that we possibly could. So you'll see we also have Introduction to Electronics, Technical Support Fundamentals, Instrumentation and Control Systems. Some of these don't have any meaning to you, but to me they have deep meaning. Instrumentation and Control really is, this particular degree is really looking at all the maintenance and all of the management of medical devices in a setting, in a healthcare setting. So my thinking was, if my students can take this apart and put it back together, they can move anywhere up and down the continuum they want. They can be in manufacturing, they can be in design development, they can be in servicing, they could be supporting end users, they can be in repair, they could be in sales, they can be in training. They can do anything they want because they will know the technology inside and out. And that's how we design this. They get AC/DC, electrical optical devices. There's medical electronics, really is medical electronics. Then electronic systems looks at all the clusters of types of medical technology that's used within a healthcare setting in specialty areas, and then their field experience. We also have in their support courses, we wanted them to be well-rounded, anatomy, physiology, project management, and then these 2 are the CompTIA certifications, preparation classes, one for computer repair and support, and the other for network and routing. And then these are just the classes that are associated with these particular certifications, as I just mentioned. And now this is what was really important for us, is that the CBET, the Certified Biomedical Equipment Technician, the national certification itself is a highly, a very broad-based certification. And so what our goal is to design a degree that once a student completed this degree, they could walk right into the national certification and sit for that. It requires a 2-year degree and a certain number of hours, and so our whole degree is aligned to that national certification. And that's why it looks pretty complex. Once we actually were able to develop the entire degree, we were able to pull out what we found to be the core technical certificate. So what do we need students to be able to complete to actually get into the workforce? And these were the courses that we identified with industry, or industry helped us to identify as being those core courses. And then, year 3 objectives, blah, 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 blah. All of that. That's where we are. We'll actually, for year 3, we will actually be taking that certificate I just showed you and then taking it through the same process we had to go through our degree with, which is a lot of fun. And here's our core certificate again, which will be within our year 3 objectives. But then we found out something wonderful working with the rest of the medical device core hub, is that our certificate had a core. So on the medical device hub, we looked at our core standards, and then we looked at the core of the core. And as we worked with industry and began putting students in jobs, we found out there was actually a core within our certificate. So it would be great for students to get all 7 of these courses and go to work, but we actually found out we were able to get students to work with 3 courses. So we had a core of the core, and that is what you see here in red. So it's really exciting for students who don't have a couple semesters. These 7 classes are 2 semesters. They are the first 2 semesters of the degree. The goal is after 2 semesters, a student needs to be able to go to work. But now, really, if we can get this sequence correctly, after the first semester, students need to be able to go to work. I'm very, very excited about that. And so what we will do is take that red core, we will align the red core with the medical device hub core, and we will come back and make sure that all of those skills that we've identified within the medical device hub are also aligned with our core of cores. That's what we'll do in year 3. And this is a group picture I took of some of our students last week. We do have them involved, and I'll talk about a lot of this other stuff tomorrow, I think, in a professional association. So every other month, that professional association meets on campus, and this is our students who attended that professional association meeting this week. And then this is just another shot of that professional association meeting. So we're growing by leaps and bounds, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Matt, come on up. Sonia, you almost ready? Okay, good. Matt, this is like Minnesota weather.
Yes, I actually think it's worse. Let's say in Minnesota we have some job skills partnership grants, which allows companies to apply for funding from the state to do training at their companies. So back in 1997, a local company in the Twin Cities approached Anoka Ramsey and said, we have specific training for our technicians. And what they wanted to see happen was not just a non-credit type of program, but something that could lead to a associate's degree. So back in 1999, Anoka Ramsey was able to launch a associate's in biomedical technology. From that, we've collaborated with St. Petersburg College to develop other certificates. So currently right now we have an applied engineering technology associate's degree, the biomedical technology associate's degree. We also have collaborated, just like St. Petersburg, on a biomedical equipment technician program. We also have the biomedical core, which is the foundation of everything. So what we try to do is make it stackable. The core is utilized by students who are trying to get into the industry, so they're moving from like the disk drive industry into medical device, and so that's kind of the foundation. From there, students can build and take extra classes. They can get a clinical research. They can get into quality systems documentation, and that's pretty much our program in a whole. If you want to talk more, I'll be around tomorrow. I can kind of walk you through kind of what our pathways look like. But the other thing too is the great thing with medical device is it's a great area for students who want to be retrained and find some opportunity. Our average student is 35 years old. And so it's been a very strong program for those dislocated workers. We're also in the process of launching a production assembly program with our customized workforce training. So that's going to be a non-credit program that will lead to credit. So that's what we're in the process of trying to do. Because the one thing that a lot of employers are saying is we want workers now, we need them right now. So give us the skills to have a good background in regulatory, metrology, blueprint reading, that kind of thing. But we want them to have the ability to build a career. And so that's where that credit side is. Thank you for your time, and I'll be around tomorrow.
Matt, you're a great example of a college that wasn't a part of the grant, that Sen Young had a dialogue with you. You came to the grant, and we would look at that as a really huge leverage for the grant, so we thank you very much. It's very special. The man does not get paid to come to the grant. Okay, so Sonia Waldman, biomanufacturing. Sonia, nice tan from Hawaii.
Just need to escape out of this. should be here, correct?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure it blows properly.
You can stand up, take a stretch, okay?
Yeah.
It's been a long afternoon.
You're all set. Now, you could use this if you like to advance the slides. It's up to you. Where you feel more comfortable.
We're at the seventh inning.
So, I'm sorry?
Where's the other part here?
Oh, you could use forward
Okay,
and back.
cool.
So whichever you
We're not
like.
playing any extra innings.
Yes, we want more caffeine.
More caffeine? Jimmy.
Oh, okay. Or California. Well, you tell us, Russ, when you want me to start. Okay. Cool. Okay, good.
But I mean, by slides. Hey, Frank, check their slot. Just check his slides.
Well, I got one. I got it on my son. I got it on my email. It's not on there.
It's on there.
It is? Oh, good.
Whatever slide you sent me is on there.
Like I said, I typed it down, did you?
Minimize yours. Yours is fine. Would you minimize it?
No, no. It's on there.
Okay. Well, I was going to make sure. So we're just going to.
Maggie, we've got your slide here.
So it should be here, correct? Russ?
Okay, so LA, look for LA.
You see it in there?
This is not mine.
Okay. Is this yours? No, that's not yours.
Yeah, this is mine. LA. Here's
Right here?
LA. That's
Yeah.
LA.
So I'll be next.
Okay, and that's MCC.
No, it's,
No?
okay.
Is that it?
It's not that
So that's the first one. That's okay.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah, it's no. That's mine for tomorrow. That's
Okay.
Do you have your other slide?
No, but I got it on my email, so I could see. That's my series. I had one.
You have one slide.
Yeah, for the goals.
Because like I said, I don't want to delay anything. But
No, you're not doing it. It's cool. It's cool. You've got to talk to it. Everybody, it's program's sensational.
Okay.
It's good. Maggie's. Let's see Maggie's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me bring yours up again. So which one was she?
MCC.
Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
Oh, Bucks.
I'm going to minimize this.
Bucks.
Let's see. Where's Bucks? Caldwell.
Linda has it plugged in.
Okay.
She has to plug in. She's not here.
Alright, so I'm going to bring yours up again. Come on. I'm sorry.
Seem to be missing one of Lenny's slides. Like it's one slide. He said he didn't care, so I don't think it's important.
You want me to see if I know? Sonia has my flash drive. She's gonna put her.
Okay. No, you good? Okay. Okay, Sonia, it's all yours. It's all yours.
Okay, the last one's going to be really exciting.
We're going to make some snow angels. And then people show us how to do it.
Is your program in that, I downloaded the whole thing, but I didn't know. I didn't look closely to find out if your skills certificate was.
Sonia, gotta go. We gotta go. No, for better. Okay. All right.
You want to say attention?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to start. Okay, we're going to start, and okay. So Tammy Sappenfield is an expert at weather. Okay. She has shown me the meteorological map for the Piedmont. This is going to be a doozer. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Thanks, Tammy.
Okay. We're now talking a foot of snow between now and 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh
Okay.
my God. Where's
Okay.
Tammy? Which one's
Now-
Tammy?
Now,
Oh my God.
Now here's the good news. Tammy said that where she lives is only 5 to 8 inches, so we asked her if we could have the meeting at her house. But we won't be able to get there. So we're going to let Sonia go. None of this snow is coming in till later, till 8 or 9 o'clock. We're just going to try to get as much in as we can. We've got our chair here, our acting chair. Steve is here. We've got our industry partners here. We're going to try to do and let everybody read out what they're doing, what they're talking about, what their plans are, and maximize the time we have now. Sean is going to speak to us in a bit. So if you feel like you have to get up and move around, just do it. I know it's a long haul, but you came a long way, and we really want to make it happen, okay?
Are you going to call out for pizza?
Pizza! Am I hearing for pizza?
All right. So I'm here to represent the Biomanufacturing Hub. and highlights. First of all, here's the biomanufacturing hub. There are 3 hubs in the biomanufacturing group. 2 are close together. Linda Rafis out of Bucks runs the biotech program there, and Maggie Bryan's out of Montgomery County Community College. And then we have LA Valley College, Community College, and Lenny is kind of the driving force there. And here's the people. So, so we have also Jack O'Neill in the back. Also Sienna Cooper over to the right. And do we have anybody from besides? You're the only one. Okay, cool. So one point I want to make first is that we have succeeded in getting all of our certificates okayed by our different community colleges. And this is the first, this is the Montgomery County Community College Biotech Biomanufacturing 16 credit stackable certificate. You can see clearly what the courses are here. Biotechnology and Biomanufacturing certificate includes Intro to Biotechnology, Techniques and Instrumentation for Biotechnology, Biotechnology Research, and Biomanufacturing. And the little diagram shows that it is basically they stack into an associate in science, yes, or applied science? Both. And this is the Bucks County Community College Cell and Tissue Culture Certificate. They don't call it biomanufacturing. A 16 credit stackable certificate. It stacks into the, so you can see the courses again. Again, we have a methods techniques kind of course, a cell and tissue culture course, which is, where do you do the the research part?
Right, and also the 2 courses are often offered together, so we, like the cell culture course prepares all the cells to go in the bioreactors.
Okay, in the biomanufacturing class. Cool. All right, and then chemistry is part of that. And this definitely also transfers into the associate AA degree. And as you can see, it's WIB service. It's a career link WIB course. So you can get money. LA Valley has a 14 credit certificate in skill certificate. In California, they don't call it biomanufacturing, it's called skill certificate. But again, it's biomanufacturing with fundamentals in biotechnology, biotechnology 1, biotechnology, environmental control, quality control, and a choice of either biotechnology 2 or 3. But usually it's 2, I think, right now, 2, yeah. So you can see that all the certificates are quite similar in what they're doing. They're basically teaching equipment and processes. And also another point to make is that they're mostly transfer. Well, yours is not stacked into an associate degree yet, but it is stacked with industry, correct? So you can move back and forth within the industry and your skill certificate.
It's actually created by industry.
Right. Along with a career pathway that involves industry going back and forth. And I think that's on your poster, maybe. Anyway, you know, in order to do this, you have to work very closely, and we call it our workforce roundtables with the industry, and also the other educators in the group. So on the right, I mean, I know most about my area there, the Philadelphia locale, and basically you can see it's Montgomery County Community College faculty and staff that are related to biomanufacturing in the program. And then we've also got other people like testing and placement in the college, grant development, et cetera. And then we've got the WIBs involved in both counties, Montco and Bucks. And we have the MCDC, if you go to the community college program, we hope you all come at Bio. We put together a great program in Pennsylvania this year, so we're kind of trying to put the focus on Pennsylvania area, Philadelphia area. And we're working with Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation, a guy called David Niles, who will be presenting in Philadelphia, June 16. So anyway, he kind of brings everybody together, and especially those small companies that need incubation and are really working very hard, the CXOs, if you will, to support the very booming biopharmaceutical, lots of Merck and Janssen and all that sort of thing. And we're partnered with GSK, Merck, Janssen, and then all these other companies such as Rockland Immunochemicals, which is featured in our Impact magazine write-up. What we have done is create biomanufacturing suites with biomanufacturing equipment in them. And you saw this last year. I'm working on an upgrade of this image because what we want to do is show the equipment, the general laboratory equipment, the kind of core of cores, and then the up and downstream processing equipment and quality control equipment in a way that illustrates process flow. And so process flow in biomanufacturing includes upstream processing and downstream processing. Parallel to that, you are doing your quality control microbiology and quality control biochemistry. Very important that a student can see right in front of them the instrumentation and also the flow of how you use the instrumentation. So we have created a biomanufacturing laboratory manual that is based on the new equipment and then the new processes the revised processes that we had to develop. And that was mainly developed through the work of Maggie and her crew over in Montgomery, although some of there are other additions. So basically, these are the areas: metrology, validation. So, like we have a new SOP for the autoclave that we've got that we bought with the funds. Quality assurance, quality control, microbiology equipment, upstream processing, downstream processing, and quality control biochemistry equipment and processes. That's already available on SharePoint, and anybody could go and download these. As you know, this whole the lab is associated with a textbook, and the textbook is what we contributed out of NBC2, and we have almost all the what would you call it? Well, we call them support sheets, if you will, with all the various interactive elements that you can use along with the textbook and lab material to teach the course. This is the career pathway data from last year, so you can just take a peek, and if we had these printed, you could see it, but again, they'll be on SharePoint. In last year, we were going to do this thing where we allowed students to get the curriculum for free, electronic, the Introduction to Biomanufacturing textbook. It's not ready yet. That is, the system at the college is not, it's going to happen, but it's slow. So we're basically going to create this online, let me think what you call it. Basically, it's an online publisher's website for MVC2 materials. But of course, we'll have the C3bc manual on that, as well as it's there in SharePoint as well. But this is the look of the people right now. Of I don't know, this is a pointer. Yeah. This is what we have right now in MCC, Bucks, LAVC, and the totals. So basically, you can see, if you saw from before, we've grown quite a bit. But you can see, I think some of the things that you can see out of this are very interesting. I mean, the male-female business. In the Pennsylvania area, we got more females. In LA area, we have more males. It's just interesting to me. And then the average age, and you can see what that looks like. The total, the average age of everybody is 34 in the 3 hubs. 126 out of the 197 are totally currently employed. And then you can see some of them come in with the GEDs, some with college, some with an associate degree, some with a bachelor's degree, some with a graduate degree, and you can see the various numbers there. Most of the folks are white,
The next group is African American and Latino, Asian, Filipino. We have some veterans, a dozen veterans, most out of LAVC, some with disabilities, one actually. And then we have some TAA funded, 7 out of MCCC, and 2 out of LAVC, and then WIA funded, 2 out of MCCC. So they worked really, really hard to drag in these folks and get the right funding. And you can see the bioman enrollment currently, because that includes everybody, from last year, this year, a lot of them. 247 total, it's not shabby. And some have credentials and some jobs, quite a few. And you can see LAVC 82, 85% with jobs, and the salary $15.81. I didn't do the math on the others because there was, it's too little. But so we've been collecting these data using an input form, as you know, and what we're hoping to do is ultimately be able to present this input form to the students in terms of a place where you go online and put in your data, and out will come some beautiful results in terms of visuals of who we have and what their characteristics are and what they're doing with their career over time. And Schwann is putting that together with the help of Judy and everybody. We're going to get this thing in perfect shape so that it is a real-time look at how what our students are doing, what they look like, and how they're behaving, what their career pathways are. The other thing is, of course, we've been involved in the updating of the, we've been involved in the core course, but before that, we've been updating our biomanufacturing skill standards, which we have a list of tasks, which you've seen, and were the origin of all the tasks that we then got down into the common core of cores. This is the common core of core critical work functions, as you saw, but I wanted to do one additional last slide, which you cannot see at all. But I have been in this field for 25 years now, teaching biomanufacturing, and was very happy to be able to put down all the math that's involved in biomanufacturing. Everything but one thing I forgot is HETP, which is height equivalent to theoretical plate, or the efficiency of column packing. But what you can see is in the math when you see this, I know you can't see it here, is that really every bit of math is covered here, including, I love the geometry part, because every time you pack a column, you have to know the column volume, which is basically height versus the area of the cylinder, right? So, I don't know, it's just a nice thing that we can use our mathematics here in the assessment of this critical work function, which is the perform mathematical manipulations. For our hub future, we're going to continue to recruit and recruit students and collect their intake data, and hopefully we'll be using the C3bc tracker, where we originally started out just in biomanufacturing, but in talking to Russ, we decided to embrace everybody, so it's going to be an interesting thing. It is also embedded in it is the burning glass material, because what you have to do when you're doing your employment, if you're asked if you're currently employed, and if you're in this field, you have to use a pull-down menu of all of Burning Glass's job titles. So you can select that. So we'll have a real-time, real person, not just job postings, of what the Burning Glass study created. So I think it's a beautiful circle that's being created. So, and then we're going to develop our more relationships with the help of MCDC, which is David Niles' organization, Montgomery County Economic Development, find more places for students to work. And then we are also collecting data on apprenticeships, internships, and jobs, as I said. And then another little project we're working on out of NBC2, but will be relevant to everybody here and around the globe, we hope, is we're collecting photos of our students at work and paragraphs of their career pathways and a little, words that show their career pathways, such as high school, a high school program linked to an associate degree, linked to an apprenticeship, linked to a job, linked to, within the job, a bachelor's degree, for instance. So anyway, it's going to be kind of very cool. And anybody that wants to, in this room, that has biomanufacturing students and wants to add their students to this project would be welcome. So, we have, who wants to be first? Let's go with Lenny.
Okay.
LA Valley College. And a really marvelous force. And I didn't show it while I was on my slide, but when you see, basically they have two enormous corporations they're working very, very closely with them. That would be LAVC. Grifols and Baxter. And so they have, and Baxter doubled its size last year. So they have plenty of opportunities, right, Lenny?
Right. Okay, that's easy. You can just hit no on that. That's correct, right? Okay. Every time you see that, just hit it. Yeah. So you want to open it. Okay. F5. There you go. She's got it. Yeah. Whoops, sorry.
All right, hi everybody, good afternoon. I'll make mine pretty short. Thank you, Sonia. First of all, I want to thank Russ for the nice words he said about me. I want everybody to know that I don't do it by myself. I have a great staff back at the college that really does a great job of working towards those numbers that Russ talked about. So thanks, but I want to take credit for my staff for doing all of that. And if I lead that in a positive way, that's good. Also, I also have the, like Sonia just said, we have the advantage of working with two great companies, Baxter and Grifols. And more importantly than that, they have hiring needs. So they're hiring people, and basically we had a graduation last Thursday, and about 75% of the students were hired before the graduation. A couple of them couldn't make the graduation because they were working. That's a great problem. So we have a great problem like that to be solved. So what I wanted to do is take a minute to talk about, in proof to that, you see our poster outside, you'll see the numbers of placements. 5 people were placed since I left. So proof that my staff does a great job, they don't need me. Accomplishments, we conducted 5 bridge academies to date. We've served 137 people and placed 117 now. And we've designed and implemented a 14-unit skill certificate. And what we're going to do is conduct 3 more bridge academies, one in April, July, and our last one will be in January of 2016, which will complete our goals for the grant. And we're going to continue to strive for completions of the skill certificate program. As Sonia said, that's a 14-unit skill certificate, and we're very proud of that. I know what Giovanni was talking about, setting up courses. It's really true. It's tough to do. We are one piece of equipment away from fully opening our lab, even though it's used right now. I think we're the last college to do that, sorry to say. But it is implementing it now. One of the benefits that we've gotten from the grant itself, and we're really proud of this, we're going to set this up. Baxter, as they continue, they're the closest to us, even though, as we talk about Willie Zuniga, the president of Grifols, being our champion in Southern California. Baxter really gives us about 75% of our placement outcomes. And also, one of the great things that Baxter is going to do in the near future, they're going to contract with LA Valley College to give all their employees who do not have an Associate of Science degree in biology and implementing our skill certificate for any of their employees that have not yet achieved that, because over a period of time they'll need that extra education to advance with the company as it advances. So, and one other thing that in our Bridge Academy that was shocking to me, and Sonia's numbers hold out, about 60% of our Bridge Academy students have either an Associate of Science degree, a bachelor degree, or a master's degree. Very shocking to me. And those numbers that she had, we had about 47% with bachelor degrees. But overall, 60% have advanced degrees. Okay, and we'll do another talk with, I think with Judy, we'll talk about that. Yes, sir?
What do you mean by contract with you to give them associate degrees?
We're going to contract because they want the Associate of Science degrees to be held on their campus. Now, talking educationalese, if you will, but they want all the people, they want to have the right to have all the classes where they want it and when they want to offer it, only for their employees on their campus as much as possible. In order to do that, you have to contract it. So they're going to pay for the course. It's called contract education. So they're going to pay for their employees to go through a whole Associate of Science degree, with about 60% of it being on their site.
And that's with your faculty members going on site?
Absolutely. They have to be approved instructors from the college. Okay. Thank you.
Let's see, I'm going to see if it's already loaded first. Is that it right there?
Yep, that's it there. And just click
And
it.
if you want to go to the right, that's forward, and then the left is back.
Okay, thank you. This is going to be quick. Sonia covered some of it already, so it's not going to take me much time to go through. I'm from Montgomery County Community College with Jack O'Neill, Program Director of the Biomanufacturing Hub. It's not moving. There we go. So as Sonia mentioned, the credential that we developed is the Certificate in Biotechnology and Biomanufacturing. So 16 credits, 4 courses in 2 semesters. So the students take 2 courses per semester. Basically, I see them every morning from 9 till 12. They're 4 credit courses, 3 hours long. Those are they start off with the Introduction to Biotechnology, followed by the Techniques and Instrumentation, and then they do the 200 level courses in the next semester, Biotechnology Research, where they do some cloning and expression, and then Biomanufacturing, of course. So we already had an AS and an AAS 2-year degrees at the college, and this worked nicely and it stacks right in with those degrees, and also helps with the numbers of completers, because as you know, many students who are transferring don't actually bother to finish their AS. You know, they leave 5-6 credits short, and then we can't really count them as a completer. But with this stackable credential, they're all walking out the door with that certificate, even if they transfer on to their 4-year institution without their AS degree. So of course in year 2, we were continuing with our recruiting, assessing and training. Really, recruiting was big in year 2 to bring in these individuals. The first thing we realized we had to do was become a preferred provider. So all of this was a learning experience for Jack and I. So we had to become a preferred provider for the certificate so that students who enrolled in the certificate could get funding from the Department of Labour in Pennsylvania. So we became a preferred provider for the AAS, Applied Associates, and also the certificate program. And now we could recruit students and they could go to Career Links and get the funding. So in fall 14, we launched the certificate program. The first cohort, that's the picture of them there, of 9 students. 3 of them came from Career Links, where we are funded individuals. At this time, the program had about 23 unique individuals overall. 9 were certificate. And really a very diverse bunch. Many of them considering a second career. Some had been laid off recently, others had been out of work for a number of years. So they started the certificate, and we realised, student internships are really important to get them that extra level of experience. So we had 3 student interns in year 2. One of them is highlighted in the Impact magazine. That was Rachel, and she went to Rockland Immunochemicals to do her internship. Another intern worked with a company we have in-house. We have a small startup company in our lab, which was great, so she got experience with them. Another one worked with me and doing an internal internship. So that was some of the things we focused on in year 2. Again, we continued with recruitment, just finding the right way to get to these individuals, especially the TAA individuals who were really, we're really hoping to train. So Jack put together these roundtable events that Sonia mentioned already, where we really just brought everybody to the same table. Career Links, Workforce Investment, Economic Development Corporation, employers, individuals from TAA grants were already at the college, Bucks County Community College. So we all came together and just really brainstormed for about 3 hours, 4 times in year 2, or 3 or 4 times in year 2. And it really made great connections and got us to where we had to be to identify these individuals. So we did open houses and all the usual things that we're all doing to recruit and highlight our program. But our most sort of a fruitful thing that we were able to do was be part of a rapid response session that Jack and Jason McMillan went to. And this was set up for rapid response is a unit within Career Links that actually goes out to large numbers of laid off individuals. So we have big pharma in our area, and one company, Merck, had laid off about 200 individuals. So we're lucky enough to have one of these rapid response sessions that was set up at our college, and Jack went along and talked to them about our program, and that led to us recruiting 7 individuals that were TAA eligible. So those were the ones we really wanted to get to, as well as the WIA funded individuals as well. So then in January we started our second cohort for the certificate with 11 students, 7 of which were eligible displaced workers, TAA eligible workers. And we have 25 individuals in the program right now. Some are just taking biomanufacturing on its own, some are degree students, and leading on from Lenny's point, we actually have 9 students in that 25 that have a graduate degree. So in the biomanufacturing course, we have 3 PhD biochemists. So that really kind of keeps me on my toes because they're very high level, which is great to teach. So we're looking forward to the first cohort of students then graduating in May, of the certificate students, and we realise we have responsibility for job placement. We're just not to train them, we have to place them as well. So Jack and I are working on that. We have in March a job readiness session, resume writing and mock interviews. We have someone from a recruiting and placement firm come in to work with them on that. And then we're having a career fair in April, and we're partnering with NBC2 on that, with local employers coming in to talk to the students. And then we've already set up a couple of summer internships just to get them that first step. Also in year 3, we're hoping to start another cohort of students in fall, hoping to keep up with our numbers of 10 per semester as we kind of promised when we wrote the grant. So that's where we stand at MC3. Anybody have any questions?
Did you load yours up already?
I did already.
Okay. So I'm just going to close this one. And then we'll go down here. And
oh, I don't know if it's open unless Russ.
Let's take a look. We'll go through these here. Let's see which one is on. How long is it? Okay, so let's see. Is it on this one? Because there's a couple. There's so many.
I know. I don't think that's the one.
Okay,
No.
so let's check this one.
Right here. Oh boy, that looks like the same one you were just
All right,
on.
Let's see. Could be multiple windows over here. Yeah, that's the case. All right. So.
So let's see if this one. See, it was called C3bc. That one, it says Bucks on it though.
Well, let's see if we got one more in here.
Jeez.
Well, that's Sony's. Okay, let's get out of that. So let's make sure it's not
So
here.
C3bc, and at the end there's the word Bucks. I know here it is.
Okay.
Right here.
Right there?
Yeah, one down.
Okay,
right under Sonia. Okay.
So, slideshow.
great, thank
So
you.
I was going to show you. You familiar with presenters? You just
No.
go to the right to advance the slide.
Okay.
As you go back, you go to the left.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thanks, and pleasure to be here, of course, and representing Bucks, and I have Sienna Cooper, too, as the program coordinator for the DOL grant at Bucks. And you said to the right to go forward, correct? Oh, on the keyboard?
Either or, this should be working. Let's see. Let's try the keyboard. Huh?
Okay.
Maybe the battery's dead on that.
So as Sonia said already, we have our certificate program, and it stacks into our degree program. And even though our degree program, everything is called an Associate of Arts at Bucks, they're finally changing that, I guess, because of its history. We have a number of students, they transfer to Thomas Jefferson University, and we're trying to get other articulations with Delaware Valley College, but also I just went to a reception with Ryder, which is in New Jersey, just the other side of the border. So we're hoping to get an articulation going with them. And again, the courses that you saw earlier. So, of course, one of the biggest things was to revamp and change the title of a course to create the biomanufacturing course. And I worked very closely with Maggie and everyone, Sonia, everyone on the team to do that. And we've, implemented that and been offering it. We've also done a number of recruiting activities. We became recently a preferred provider with the Workforce Investment Board to get our program listed there, so that students could come in and have it paid for training, both the certificate and the degree. We've been increasing a lot of outreach activities with both. We had a biotech open house at the lab, and presentation at the Career Link staff, and just general open houses at the college. In particular, because chemistry is a prereq or co-req for our biotech degree, Sienna's been representing us at a lot of just the college's open house, and if she hears anyone's taken chemistry, she said, don't register for anything else, come to the biotechnology and biomanufacturing program. So we've gotten some students that way. So leveraging a lot of the college resources, academic advising, career services, and then we've worked with industry partners on our advisory board for employment opportunities. Also, I guess recently too at the college, we get through our Career Link this STEM job board at Bucks, and one of our students had just finished the associate degree in spring. Rick got a job at a small company called KVK, which is a small biomanufacturing company in Newtown, got a job there. So that's a lot what we've been doing for year two. Oops, sorry, this one. And then we're going to continue to train and refine, as needed, our biomanufacturing curriculum. We're going to, work with the workforce department to facilitate getting some students through Career Link. Continue to strengthen all of our partnerships within the college, because that's really been the best chance that we've had for getting students. And on Sonia's table, you can see we've served a little bit just under about 50 students so far in the program, either have come in for one course, a couple of courses, the certificate or the degree. And we've also been able, kind of as a partnership with NBC2, provided independent study and internal internships for students. So even though NBC2, because it's a very synergistic project, has been paying the students, they've been working on process development and working with us on the biomanufacturing course. So, we feel like it's going well, and we look forward to, having a number of students hopefully for fall and continuing next year as we continue to collect data for the grant. So any questions? Okay, thanks.
Tammy, how's it looking? Look pretty bad? Yeah. Fear of the worst. It's coming. Okay, we're gonna, everybody stand up, take a breath of fresh air. Has already come in for tomorrow. Raid the food, take the drinks, do whatever you need to do. Tomorrow's gonna be, it's not looking good. It's kind of breakfast. Now somebody said pizza. So, I know some people don't want to eat pizza, But if you're really serious about seeing pizza or having pizza, come see us. Now, somebody said, no, we want real food. Here's our dilemma. Probably downtown Winston-Salem is probably a ghost town right now. There's a very, 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 very good chance that people, they hear snow, they hear ice, they're gone. So it could be. So let's see what happens. Okay. I want to thank Sonia. I want to thank the biomanufacturing team. I want to thank the medical device team. I want to thank the Learning Hub, and I want to thank the Lab Skills group. Take a few minutes. We're going to have Schwan from Hawaii present to you, and then finally we'll wrap it up with Judy. I apologize, it's a long day, but it's really, really important to make the best of our day that we have. Tomorrow does not look good at all. We'll make an announcement before we all leave.
It's not sustained.
Sorry.